never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Settled in here. No, it's not a Monday. Oh, happy Valentine's Day, by the way. I know, it's already over in the Eastern time zone. Closing out the long weekend. Yes, not the outcome that, well, Steve Sommers was hoping for in the Super Bowl. But we got to have a good time. We got to enjoy a good game. And all you can say is really, your tip of the hat, almost like the Cinderella story, Cincinnati Bengals, they got so much further than pretty much anyone expected them to get in the season. Some dramatic wins in the playoffs, and that's the first time we've done that in a long, long time. But there you go, another one in the books. It's all over. Yeah, the party kind of ended before the midnight hour, Sunday night into Monday morning. So many disappointed fans, but this town, the Cincinnati, Ohio, was just everywhere you turned. You go into the grocery store, almost everyone had their Cincinnati Bengals apparel on. Everybody kind of came together. It was a little bit of enthusiasm. Everybody was charged up. There could only be one winner. And, finishing second out of all the teams, that's not all that bad, is it? I know, but second, it ain't first. Well, we get things underway here on a Tuesday morning, which again, to me, I'll bet you I call it a Monday more than once, because it feels like it. But a relatively quiet night around the country as we get things underway here. That is all going to be changing, really, when we come back here 24 hours from now. The radar scene will probably look pretty dramatically different. Now, we do have the only precip is pretty much north-central USA, just a little bit of light snow from the southwest corner of Minnesota, stretching up to the northeast corner of South Dakota, then kind of progressing from southwest to northeast through North Dakota. Then you get on up into Canada, more snow up there, Calgary and Alberta. But there's going to be another cross-country storm that's going to push across the country this week. And this is going to bring another dose of wintry weather for the center of the country here. It's been the theme so far in the new year. Yes, several storms to most parts of the country, including the Northwest, the Northeast, and yes, the central states. The pattern is going to change again this week, though, as the jet stream takes a big dip southward across the Rockies. That new configuration, that's going to pave the way for cold air to pour into the center of the country. And what they're now saying is a major storm will develop over the southern plains and the Rockies for midweek. This storm is anticipated to bring a multitude of weather hazards, snow, falling temperatures across the west, an area of steady snow from the Front Range all the way to the Great Lakes. It's expected to dive southeastward across the Rockies, technically overnight tonight into Tuesday, and through the day, Tuesday into Tuesday night, in addition to bringing a wave of snow to the mountainous terrain of California. Yes, snow will accumulate across the Colorado Rockies. The storm then expected to strengthen Wednesday as it begins to make that turn toward the northeast, tracking from northern Texas to southern Michigan. As the storm strengthens and begins to take shape east of the Rockies, it begins to pull in moisture from the Gulf of Mexico, and that's going to fuel the precipitation that's going to fall. On the cold northwestern side, moderate to heavy snow. Difficult travel will extend from near the panhandles of Texas and Oklahoma to portions of Wisconsin and Michigan. So in between, you've got the likes of Kansas City, Des Moines, Iowa, Green Bay, Wisconsin, and Chicago. Snow could lead to a slippery zone for travelers in these locations, including spans of some of our major interstates, 25, 35, I-70, 80, 90, and even 94. Another system that may very well impact shipping across the country. Looks like the heaviest snow forecast right now for portions of northern Missouri, eastern Iowa, northern Illinois, and Michigan. Impacts to travel will be the most widespread in that zone. Now, the zone of heaviest snow is going to be very dependent on the exact track of the storm. That's pretty much always the case. If the storm tracks further north, that would bring heavier snow and higher temperatures further north into the plains and Ohio Valley, which means the band of heaviest snow would also shift further to the northwest. On the northwestern flank of the storm, heavy snowfall rates may coincide with strong winds, reduced visibility, localized, possibly whiteout or even blizzard conditions. Meanwhile, there will be a narrow zone or some pockets of ice with this storm just south and east of the snow area, especially from eastern Kansas to southern Michigan. Now, a faster advancement of cold air is expected with this storm. So unlike some of the other far-reaching winter storms we've seen, the ice is not expected to be all that extensive. That's good news. Now, they also talk about the record warmth forecast ahead of the storm. That's going to allow temperatures to be high enough for much of the southern plains and the middle Mississippi and Tennessee valleys. So everything's going to fall as rain rather than snow. But these locations, don't let your guard down. In addition to the rain headed into these areas, you'll see the clash of cold and warm air setting the stage for severe weather this week. All modes of severe weather, damaging winds, hail, tornadoes will be coming into play. It's getting to be that time of year, the transition. As the storm shifts further east Thursday and Friday, Center of the storm is expected to continue northeastward through the Ohio Valley and the Northeast. While precipitation may start out as rain from the Gulf Coast all the way to New England, wet weather's probably going to end in the form of snow across parts of the Northeast before it dries out in time for the weekend. So as I said, let's look a bit more at the anticipated severe weather side of this, because there's going to be a number of states. The severe weather outbreak, as they're referring to it already, a major severe weather outbreak, and latest forecast showing a better picture, how that outbreak's going to unfold through the middle portions of this week. Severe weather will be associated with this strong storm that we were just discussing. The warmer side of the storm, that's going to bring the risk of tornadoes in the south central USA starting Wednesday afternoon all the way through Thursday evening. That means even during the overnight hours, a number of violent storms could occur after dark on Wednesday, and that's always the bigger threat. Most people have gone to bed and may not have remembered to set their smartphones to the alerts for severe weather. The most common threats from these storms are going to be powerful winds. AccuWeather is forecasting maybe winds to be 80 miles per hour. There's also the risk of flash flooding, and a few of these storms that could unleash some large hail. There's a number of major cities that are going to be in the path of this explosive weather system, including Dallas and Oklahoma City. Further to the west, the threat zone forecast have highlighted extends to the east, including Little Rock, Arkansas, Memphis to Nashville, Tennessee, and even parts of western Kentucky that were hit hard by that historic tornado outbreak back in December. The National Weather Service's Storm Prediction Center has labeled the severe weather threat as slight as of midday yesterday. Now, the slight risk that's considered to be a 2 on a scale of 1 to 5, 5 being the greatest threat. That threat may climb as we head toward midweek. But this is going to set up in part of the storm's warm sector, where temperatures are going to be soaring to spring-like levels. Yes, 50s, 60s, and 70s in the east, 60s, 70s, and 80s in the south central states. Again, the cold side of the storm, unloading accumulating snow once again across about a 2,000-mile stretch of the nation. Another big cross-country storm. First thunderstorms are projected to erupt in central portions of Texas and Oklahoma by Wednesday afternoon, strengthening and expanding eastward Wednesday night through northeastern Texas, eastern Oklahoma, western and central Arkansas, as well as northwestern Louisiana. As we look ahead here, Thursday, the severe weather and tornado threat is going to progress eastward. Louisiana, eastern Arkansas, southeastern Missouri, through Mississippi, Tennessee, Alabama, and even western Kentucky, they tell us. Now, the setup here creates high wind shear. That's where you get the rotation. It typically not only favors thunderstorms with damaging wind gust, but the potential for tornadoes. The severe nature of these thunderstorms is likely going to produce localized torrential downpours and flash flooding into the central states. As the storm moves to the northeast and loses some of its potential to produce thunder and lightning, it's still going to carry enough moisture to be prolific, a rainmaker for parts of the Ohio Valley, central and southern Appalachians. Precip that falls across those areas could be significant enough to cause some small stream and urban flooding, particularly in places where you might still have some snow on the ground. Now, in the deep south, you're no stranger to severe weather during the month of February. You get the combination of a strong storm track or jet stream combined with the early season building warmer temperatures, humidity levels near the Gulf of Mexico, which obviously can fuel violent thunderstorms this time of year. We look back to, it was February 5th through the 7th in 2020. had a severe weather outbreak that stretched from Louisiana to Florida and all the way up to New Jersey. Close to 700 incidents of severe weather during that particular 3-day event. More than 36 tornadoes had spun up in the southeast, including multiple EF2 tornadoes. Winds estimated to be 135 miles per hour. Matter of fact, even just last February 15th, we had a smaller eruption of severe weather in the southeastern states. 4 tornadoes, including one that was an EF3. There were multiple fatalities and injuries during both of those February outbreaks, 2020 and 2021. So just be prepared, get the advance notice. The system is going to be coming together the next couple of days. All right, underway here on a Tuesday, overnightdriveradio.com or tncradio.live. Good to have you with us. Hello to Philly Dan, right out of the box checking in. Morning, everyone. 21 degrees in Philadelphia. Everybody stay safe out there. God bless the Rambler. Yeah, it's been a very cool weekend. Waking up to teens each morning. Had to sneeze there. Sorry about that. Yeah, we're looking at, I believe, 20 outside the secret bunker, even at this hour. It's another very chilly night. Zorro on board, ready to roll here. Happy Monday from John. It's Tuesday. Happy D. Hello, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking. Roy joins us this morning. There's Miguel checking in from Port St. Lucia, Florida. Headed down toward Miami. It's a chilly 55. Stay safe, Overnight Drive crew. But looking forward to tonight's show. Richard checks in from Central Florida, 55 degrees there as well. Hello to Steve, all the listeners out there. There's Todd, Frank checking in. Good afternoon, everybody. Hammer down, be safe. There's our old friend Larry. Gilligan is on board. Hello, Steve and the fellow listeners. 25 clear here in Ironton, Virginia. I hope everyone has a safe night. Joe says, morning, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. It's going to be a cold 12 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. I'm not a big sports fan, but I hope everybody enjoyed the Super Bowl. Everybody truck safe. Have a good night. You know what? I cannot even address the halftime show because I knew the artists that were performing were artists I really have no interest in. I couldn't tell you anything that Snoop Dogg does or Mary J. Blige or what's Eminem. I just took a long smoke break and didn't see one moment of the halftime show. A lot of differing opinions that I see on social media. As someone said, every male over the age of 55, maybe I should say white male over the age of 55, said worst halftime show ever. You know, they're looking at the younger generation, though. They're not looking to appeal to some of us dinosaurs out here, you know. We're not getting any younger. Hello to the Michigan Madman. First night back to work after my 2 surgeries being off for about 6 weeks now. All right, so I'll assume everything went well with the surgeries. I know the first did. I don't really remember an update on number 2, but sounds like everything's mending correctly. There's Norman checking in from north central Kansas, 32 degrees, clear skies, the bright moon shining. Just right for driving the 2 lanes with the lights out. Not a smart idea there, Norman. Hello to Captain Ron checking in from Valdosta, Georgia, 39 degrees right now, Semper Fi. Our friends at tncradio.live on board. Hey there. Let's see. HRC, Hillary Rodham Clinton, lock her up. That's one of the big breaking stories over the weekend, right? Finally got some word from Durham, which has been, what is this now, 2.5 years? This investigation's been going on? I mean, honestly, we were anticipating results of the Durham investigation in mid-2020, wasn't it? And then we got closer and closer to the election, and they said, well, we don't want to release anything that might interfere with the election, and on. Now, here we are, February of 2022, And now they're saying more indictments will be coming. We've got the latest. Again, many of this have been saying it for 2.5 years. They just had to get the proof. And why it took so long, I don't know. But I guess Durham's got the proof. So lots to cover here as we make our way into a Tuesday morning. We'll say hello to some of our other listening friends out there. In case you've been trying to dial our number, phone line not operational just yet. I had to make an urgent midnight hour call to Josh and try to get the login information. So just give me a few minutes. I figured we'll just get to our break here, take a time out, and try to get things all ready to roll. I'll let you know when the phones are operational. So welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, there we go. Everything up to snuff, up and running, phone lines activated. So jump on in at 844-844-3388. So we've got more about the ongoing protest in Canada. Seeing as I mentioned the Durham report, let me just jump over and tell you what we've got in that department first of all. But more indictments will be forthcoming. Former Republican California Representative Devin Nunes said special counsel John Durham's findings regarding Hillary's 2016 campaign. Her camp is said to have paid an internet company to infiltrate servers at Trump Towers and the White House. That's almost treasonous, is it not? This may very well yield many, many more indictments. That's pretty significant. See, now we're not talking, what have they had? A couple of indictments thus far. Everybody's saying, see, we told you it was much ado about nothing. Yeah, kind of like the Republicans called the Russian collusion delusion. Trump called it a hoax. It was. And again, many, many more indictments. Now, Nunes, who is now heading Trump's media and technology group, said there are some key questions yet to be answered. Biggest one would be, what did Hillary know and when did she know it? Does anyone think Hillary's ever going to be handcuffed? Durham is going to have to run a perfect investigation here. He's got to wrap all the people that were involved. Remember, we made 14 criminal referrals to the Department of Justice. That does not mean just 14 people. So Durham has to go through and look at all of that. He's already indicted one of Hillary's lawyers. Others seem to be in trouble. High-level DNC lawyers seem to be in trouble. It's all going to be dependent at the end of the day. What did she know? When did she know it? That's really what this all comes down to. And it's also going to depend on what indictments Durham continues to bring. My assessment is it looks like there's going to be many, many more. We just don't know yet. According to the New York Post over the weekend, Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio, speaking about the Durham investigation, found credibility in the probe's assertion of spying. Yes, there was spying going on, he said, and it was worse than we thought because they were spying on a sitting president of the United States. And it goes right to the Clinton campaign. So according to Jim Jordan, God bless John Durham. The earlier report before Nunes spoke this past day was the initial breaking report. A filing from Justice Department Special Counsel John Durham says Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign actually paid a technology company to, again, infiltrate Trump Towers and later the White House. The purpose of the infiltration was to establish a narrative of collusion between then Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump and Russia. To establish a narrative, as Donald Trump said for 4 years, this Russian collusion delusion, it did not and never did exist. Of course, going back, if you've forgotten, Durham was appointed by then Attorney General William Barr to lead the investigation, made the claim in his investigation that brought charges against an FBI attorney and former Clinton campaign manager. But in a section of the filing entitled Factual Background, Durham claims Sussman had assembled and conveyed these allegations to the FBI on behalf of at least two specific clients, as they refer to as Tech Executive One and Internet Company One and the Clinton campaign. Apparently, they've got the billing records that reflect Sussman repeatedly billed the Clinton campaign for his work on the Russian Bank One allegations. In other words, referencing fake white papers assembled by Sussman to indicate some sort of connection between Trump and a Russian bank. Long story short, this narrative was all put together, paid for by the Clinton campaign, and they effectively presented documents to the FBI to garner the FISA warrants. Recall, they presented these documents knowing that they were factually false. They were fake, but they presented it to the FBI, essentially lying to them that they believed it was true, legitimate information. It was not. So after all this time, we still wait and see what the rest of the story is. Yeah, how and why it's taken this long is beyond me, but maybe this is just turning the page, the beginning of the next narrative. But let's get a news break in here. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Despite having the manpower at the border, Russia is signaling that it is open to more talks as the U.S. and allies hope to avert a crisis in Ukraine. But the Biden administration believes that an invasion can happen any day now. The Kremlin denies that it has any plans to invade its neighbor, but it wants guarantees that Ukraine and other former Soviet countries won't be allowed to join NATO. White House Deputy Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says diplomacy is still an option.
The path for diplomacy remains available if Russia chooses to engage constructively. However, we are clear-eyed about the prospects of that given the steps Russia is taking on the ground in plain sight.
The U.S. not taking any chances, evacuating almost all of its staff from Kyiv and telling Americans that remain in the country to get out. This is USA Radio News.
LifeCare provides valuable whole life insurance to cover final expenses such as medical bills, burial costs, and unpaid debt. A final expense insurance policy is fast, easy, affordable life insurance that's available to anyone between the ages of 50 and 80. No medical exams, no lengthy questionnaires, and no waiting period. The application process is quick and easy. You can even apply without having to undergo a medical examination. Just answer a few questions and we'll do the rest. With the average funeral cost skyrocketing to $11,000 and Social Security only paying $255, you need simple, affordable peace of mind for you and your whole family. Don't leave behind unpaid expenses that, if left unattended, will burden your family tremendously. Benefits include a guaranteed premium that will never increase, a guaranteed cash value, and a guaranteed death benefit that can never decrease. To find out how you can get final expense insurance with a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, call LifeCare at 800-916-3594, 800-916-3594, 800-916-3594.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
I got an email from Charles on board. Are we live? Yes, we're live. We're live. Says, good morning, all. Just wanted to say hello. Halftime show sucked. Long night listening to the replay last night. And you started things off tonight without Big Moose's theme song. What the? Well, my phone was actually tied up there. I'll get to Big Moose for hour number 2. All right, hang in there. That overnight drive. Yep. So what do we see here? It's 844-844-3388. How about north of the border? Things just got a bit more interesting. The plot kind of thickens, I guess you'd say. As Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, Monday, Valentine's Day, actually activated a rarely used emergency powers to end the protest that have paralyzed parts of the capital. Under the Emergencies Act, the government introduced measures intended to cut off protesters' funding and took steps to reinforce provincial and local law enforcement with federal police. Now, he says the blockades are harming our economy, endangering public safety. We cannot and will not allow illegal, dangerous activities to continue. But the Canadian Civil Liberties Association said the government had not met the standard for invoking the Emergencies Act, which is intended to deal with threats to sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity. Now, the Freedom Convoy with the truck drivers has drawn people opposed to Trudeau's policies on everything from pandemic restrictions to a carbon tax. And now, of course, we have copycat protests that have sprung up in Israel, France, Australia, New Zealand. You know, the big story last week was the Ambassador Bridge, which essentially was at a almost standstill for nearly 6 days before they were able to clear the protesters Sunday. Now, others have shut down smaller border crossings in Alberta, Manitoba, British Columbia. The protest in Ottawa now entering week number 3. Protesters camped out in front of the Parliament, some of whom want the Prime Minister to meet with them, says these latest steps are excessive. It's an extreme measure that isn't necessary. Now, when they talk about cutting off funding, the financial measures bringing crowdfunding platforms under terror finance oversight authorizes Canadian banks to freeze accounts suspected of funding the blockades, as well as suspend insurance on vehicles in the protest. We're making these changes because we know these crowdfunding platforms are being used to support illegal blockades and illegal activity that's damaging the Canadian economy. Authorities have said about half the funding for the protest have actually come from U.S. supporters. Toronto's Dominion Bank last week froze 2 personal bank accounts that received 1.4 million Canadian dollars for the protests. That's 1.1 million American. Now, they went from the GoFundMe location to the, what is it called, Give, Send, Go platform. That's the prime conduit for money to the protests after, again, obviously GoFundMe blocked donations on their own. The Ontario court last week ordered Give, Send, Go to freeze all funds supporting the blockade, but of course they said they would not comply. So the plot kind of thickens. The emergency authorization, powers authorization. Wow. Meanwhile, let's get to the calls here. There's the Carolina Monkey Gouger out of the box here. What's happening this morning?
Boy, on the pole position, they crank them big motors up tomorrow down yonder at Talladega, baby. We finna hit them Chevrolet roared alive.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Steve, before I get started real good, I was a victim over the weekend of a snatch and grab.
Snatch and grab?
Yeah, snatch and grab. I was coming out of Hereford, Texas, and I get this phone call from Captain Kirk. He said, "Hey, Monkey Gadget, where you at?" I said, "I'm down here at Hereford, Texas, headed to Amarillo." He said, "I'll be in Amarillo in about an hour." He said, "You stop over at this barbecue place and I'll buy your dinner." I said, "Oh, hell yeah." He wanted to offer something for free. If it's free, it's for me.
Okay.
So I pull into the barbecue place over there, and he come dragging in about 10 minutes later, and we go in there, you know. And I said, "I'm going to take it easy on the boy. I'm just going to get me one of them little light brisket sandwich, you know, platters, and with the condiments, you know, the coleslaw and all that stuff." And hell, next thing I know, he done ordered a 5-pound of brisket chopped up. Man, we talking about $65, $70. I said, "Damn, boy." And baked potato, tater skins, a half a loaf of bread, I said, where in this fool gonna put all this food at, man? So we sat down, we get to talking. And I mean, he poking it in too, but I'm talking about he ain't missed a beat between the. I mean, he was tearing this thing up. And he looked down at his watch, and he looked at me and said, what time you supposed to be over there in Fort Worth? I said, well, I'm supposed to be down there about 10 o'clock tonight. I said, I got to get rolling. He said, yeah. He said, we got to get on cross here. And so he said, look at him. Bubba said, I'll be right back. I said, okay, no problem. So he goes over there, goes out the door. I ain't watching him. And I see that twin screw Subaru that he's driving. And you know what that big old window is in a twin screw. That's a picture window for a jackass. He rides by the front of the place waving, grabbing gears. I said, look at this. So about that time, the waitress come over and said, hey, said, here's your bill. I said, wait a minute. I said, that bill was supposed to be taken care of. So they nobody paid me some money and said, we're going to have some problems in here if somebody don't start paying me some damn money. I said, oh, Lord, boy. I mean, this joker didn't eat half a hog, all the bread, everything in the place. He drives off down to damn near $90. I said, that's okay, I'll get him. So I try to call him back, right? Nah, he ain't having no part to answer no damn telephone. So anyway, I got smashed and grabbed in Amarillo the other night, buddy.
That's funny. That's pretty good.
That'll
teach you.
Yeah,
That'll teach you.
Yeah, from now on, somebody tell me they want to buy dinner, I don't know your ass. I ain't having nothing to do with you. So we get out there and open it. But Steve, I'm gonna tell you something. I don't know who's running this deal up yonder in Canada, whether it's one fella calling the shots or 5 people calling the shots. They are masters at disaster. Now, I mean, they're not tearing up nothing up there. They're really not bothering nobody. They just making a point. They're tired of Trudeau's bull crap. But they had the mayor, where's that, Ottawa up there, where that jackass is at, Trudeau.
Right.
And he said for every 40 that we lock up and remove, 600 show up the next day. He said, we've run out of places to put them. He said, we don't know where they're getting all these people. Whoever's doing this thing, I applaud them. I stand behind them 100%. But the other night, I was at the social club over there in Freona, talking to a gentleman, and he was asking me, he said, Gouger, what you gonna do with this strike? I said, Bo, I'll tell you something. I said, I'm just gonna go home and park mine in the yard, drink cold beer, and play with biscuits. He said, that's a strategy right there. Think about this now. He said, we ain't got to do nothing but just go home and park these trucks. Everybody just go home. Call in, you got sick, got a fever, can't drive, whatever, go home for about a week. And as to think about this, when them soccer mamas, they ain't got no toilet paper, and they ain't got no gas, and there ain't no groceries on them shelves, hell has no fury like the scorn of a woman, and so therefore, we ain't got to get involved in it, just let the American public take care of itself and set it in real fast. I said, well, I never thought about that. He said, you think about what I'm saying. So I think the man's got an idea. I mean, we ain't got to worry about not getting no fuel to the truck. We ain't got to worry about nothing. We can just eat all that food we got stored up in the freezer. Make sure you got plenty of Bud Light on hand, though, before you do this. And just sit back and watch it unravel. And we ain't going to take a hit by saying we're a bunch of crazy drivers or a bunch of truckers clogging up the highway. We're at home, sitting back, watching our color TV, playing with the grandbabies, and whatever else takes place. What do you think?
Oh, we've been there, done that before, haven't we, Monkey Goucher? The idea of getting enough truck drivers to participate, that's where the difficulty comes in.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. I believe the way this thing's going, it's going to get bad. Now, there's something else I want to throw in this mix while we talking. Have you seen this new law that the wonderful CARB out there in California has just pushed through?
I don't think I have. What is it?
Any trucks that are older than 2016 starting 2023, you will not be permitted to run in California.
Really?
Yeah. And they had a guy talking about this thing. It's on CDL Live or either Overdrive. I can't remember which one of them news sources I was looking at. I was looking at it, getting ready for the night so I could bring this up. Now, there's a guy talking that he's got 10 trucks on there, and only 2 of them are late model trucks. And he said, this is just a little short of being communism. And my question is, how the hell can the state of California dictate the outside carrier out of the state what he can drive? I mean, this is interstate commerce. We pay taxes on that damn road. We pay IRP or whatever you want to call it to get them fuel things. But how are they going to tell me I can't ride on a damn road that I pay taxes on? You see where I'm coming from?
That's California. You're right. It was on CDL Live. I missed that story. I'd go to them every night, but I hadn't seen that. I guess that it's 2010 is the model year. Anything older than 2010 will not be allowed to operate in the state starting next year.
Right. And I heard something the other day that I don't even know why this guy calls himself a trucking program. It's over there on Sommers, and I needed something to do. I said I'm gonna tune in and see what this idiot's talking about there, because I mean it's comical to listen to this dumbass some of the stuff he comes up with. And he said, "Yeah, you guys, you might as well go ahead and face it. You small owner operators, y'all think to be out of business." And said autonomous trucks are going to take over and electrification is going to take over. And I thought, wait a minute, Bubba. They even got this electric truck perfected where they can run it. And this autonomous truck running into people, running into buildings and every damn thing else, it's still got to have a man in it. I said, where in the world are you getting your information from, Slick? Now, this might be something down 20, 30 years down the road. But I said, they ain't even got the power grid to where if we did turn all electric in the next 3 years, can you imagine all these units pumping in?
Right.
And the power grid go down, or out there in Texas where they have one of them freak ice storms like blowed in there Saturday, freeze them windmills up, and them trucks done run their 300, 400 mile leg, and they out there sitting aside the highway. How they going to charge them up? I mean, we know it's coming, but I don't see it no time in mine and your future. Maybe 30, 40 years down the road, but I mean, I just don't see it. And so that was kind of interesting. I was sitting there like, I got a chuckle out of it anyway. But anyway, man, we are all excited about getting to listen to Marty when they crank them big, powerful Chevrolet engines up and go zooming around Daytona, and then duels coming up Thursday, and then the big race, whole week of racing. Man, I would tell you something. I got one question. Who they? They is the losers.
Oh, you didn't actually do that. Yeah, who they? I know. All right, quick 2-minute timeout here. Get you the California scoop and a whole lot more coming up. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So, as Monkey Gouger said, California will soon deny registration to semi-trucks built before 2010. And the new law, obviously making some smaller trucking companies very nervous. It's the California Air Resources Board, which will require semi-trucks and other diesel commercial vehicles to have engine models 2010 or newer by the start of 2023 to meet the new emissions standards. Now, they announced this several years ago, but with today's current supply chain and vehicle production issues, small trucking company owners are particularly nervous about what this could mean for their fleet. President of AB Trucking out of Oakland said this is a disaster waiting to happen. He has 13 trucks in his operation. 2 of them, he said, will be compliant next year. Now, with the semiconductor and chip shortages, new trucks right now are in short supply, which means newer used trucks are selling for far more than their actual value. While replacing old trucks due to state policy changes is difficult enough, the vehicle shortage we're contending with puts an even larger burden on trucking companies that are actually looking to replace their current trucks. We're a local company. We mostly use hand-me-down trucks. Now, he said right now a $30,000 truck is going for $100,000. The Western States Trucking Association, a nonprofit that acts as an advocate for smaller trucking companies, reports somewhere around 40,000 commercial vehicles in the state are older than 2010 models. Now, if companies don't find a way to replace those vehicles in the next year, you think the current supply chain woes are bad. Just imagine losing 40,000 additional trucks just like that. They're out of commission. Yeah, this potentially would make the supply chain issue that we're all familiar with look like child's play. Joe Rackabat's government affairs director at the Western States Trucking Association, he says you'll be taking a big chunk out of the supply chain, and we're talking about people's livelihoods here. Yeah, I support new trucks, But it's just not possible right now. Just wait and see what the warehouses will look like. And I promise you, it won't be good. Now, the Western States Trucking Association and some of the small truck company owners say they're planning to send a letter to CARB to request an extension of but one more year at least. Let's keep our trucks for another year and wait for this whole pandemic thing to be over. And maybe the supply chain would be back to normal, which would obviously begin to bring down the price of new trucks, and used trucks may go back to where they should be. But yeah, if you've priced a used vehicle or a new vehicle, even some of the big three automakers, I know Chevrolet and Ford are both kind of going after some of the dealers out there for charging thousands over the manufacturer's suggested retail price, the MSRP. Historically, MSRP was what they wanted you to pay, and you'd always go in and you'd kind of negotiate, get a price lower than the MSRP. It's just totally unprecedented that in this day and age, you're paying at least MSRP plus a few thousand, sometimes up to 10,000 more. It's crazy. But right there, top of the hour, we get a news update. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Despite having the manpower at the border, Russia is signaling that it is open to more talks as the U.S. and allies hope to avert a crisis in Ukraine. But the Biden administration believes that an invasion can happen any day now. The Kremlin denies that it has any plans to invade its neighbor, but it wants guarantees that Ukraine and other former Soviet countries won't be allowed to join NATO. White House Deputy Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says diplomacy is still an option.
The path for diplomacy remains available if Russia chooses to engage constructively. However, we are clear-eyed about the prospects of that given the steps Russia is taking on the ground in plain sight.
The U.S. not taking any chances, evacuating almost all of its staff from Kyiv and telling Americans that remain in the country to get out. This is USA Radio News.
Yes, I'm so sorry about the wait, ma'am. I'll be with you shortly. Carrie, how many appointments did we book at 2:30?
Jin's physical therapy clinic is pretty stretched. He needs another PT before patients get bent out of shape.
Can you get a fresh ice pack in Miss Davis's knee?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You need an accurate thermometer to check for fever, a potential sign of flu or COVID. Be vigilant and contact your medical provider at the first sign of fever. Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer has been proven accurate in more than 100 clinical studies. Exergen Temporal Scanners are available at Walmart and other fine retailers. Learn more at Exergen.com. That's EXERGEN.com. Exergen is changing the way the world takes temperature.
Some parts of the country face a strong weather threat.
The Midwest and South are bracing for a new weather system. High winds and possible tornadoes are likely to be caused by thunderstorms heading east from Texas across the South on Wednesday and Thursday. On those same days, in northern parts of Kansas through northern Michigan, temperatures could reach sub-zero levels in the upper Midwest and around the Great Lakes, with wind chills that may drop at least 10 degrees below zero. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Mazars, the accounting firm of former President Donald Trump, is cutting ties with him. The firm also advised the Trump Organization to inform anyone who received Trump's financial statements to not use them when assessing the health of the company or the former president. The letter made public in a court filing after a New York State investigation found evidence that Trump and his company used fraudulent valuations to secure loans and tax benefits. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Right now, people are home with their pets more often, and I think now, especially with the shedding, they're more cognizant of what's going on and that it's an actual issue, and Dynavite has helped tremendously in our house with that.
I just heard the Dynavite commercial so many times, I said, you know what, I'll give it a shot, and I ordered it and tried it, and it worked.
The Dynavite, the being at home, working with them, they all love it.
Me and Chewy are together 24/7.
Within 3 weeks, he's not scratching and itching, and he's an all-around happier dog.
DINOVITE.com.
Canadian Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau has invoked emergency powers to quell protests over the country's COVID-19 protocols. The Emergencies Act gives Canada's federal government broad powers to restore order. His government is threatening to tow away vehicles to keep essential services running, freeze the personal and business bank accounts of truckers, and suspend the insurance on their rigs. No word on how soon the crackdowns would begin, but Trudeau said they would be time-limited, geographically targeted, as well as reasonable and proportionate to the threats that they are meant to address. Enrollment in Catholic schools in the country rose nearly 4%, rebounding from a sharp drop caused by the pandemic. The National Catholic Educational Association says nationwide enrollment increased to about 1.68 million students. It's the first increase in 2 decades and the largest jump recorded in at least 5 decades. The annual report said the Catholic school community were optimistic when schools returned to in-person classes this fall, as many did during the previous year, but they continue to face challenges as they cope with the pandemic. A federal judge says he'll dismiss a libel lawsuit that former Alaska Governor Sarah Palin filed against the New York Times. She claimed that the paper damaged her reputation with an editorial falsely linking her campaign rhetoric to a mass shooting. The judge said Palin failed to show that the Times acted out of malice, something required in libel lawsuits involving public figures. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one night for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly, you clean clear to Blacktown, let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
All right, there you go. Crossing over the midnight hour in the Central Time Zone. There you go. Underway for the new week here. Morning from Marietta, Georgia. Clear, 36 degrees. That's James checking in. Please pray for our friends in Canada. Looks like Trudeau's gone full dictator on the Emergency Power Act there against the truckers. Yes. Hello to Jimmy Jammer checking in. Sorry about your team, Steve. Maybe next time. Yes, there's always next year, right? Hello to Gilligan. Timothy on board. 25 degrees. Hello to Mr. Q tuned in this morning. There he is, Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 38 degrees here in Lyman, Colorado. Headed to Denver. My 93-year-old father is at the end of his road and will be off the show all week. Everyone have a great week. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger, I-70 westbound. Hey, Lauren, head for Denver. Hey, they got some snow coming in, too. Maybe like a half a foot. Give you more on that coming up here. And so sorry to hear about your father. That's, I know you say 93. That's undoubtedly a full life. He's seen a lot of change. He's seen a lot in this country. 007 checking in from Cartersville, Georgia, the TA truck stop tonight. There's Bidu checking in. Hello, Steve and the overnight crew. Larry, welcome back, Steve. Truckers rock the world. 50 degrees in Port St. Joe, Florida. Okay. Hello to Gwen this morning, a.k.a. Shadow Artist, checking in. Welcome back, Steve. We're at 22 degrees here in Brooksville, Kentucky. There's Mariano. Hey, thanks for the ride, Cincinnati. It was so much fun. Let's see. Burrow, spelling at LSU. We'll give Burrow is the name. It's the Cajun spelling. He's going to give the city of Cincinnati several more great rides. But thanks to all the truck drivers out there across North America. There's Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia tonight. How's it feel to be back from that run from hell? 35 degrees. I got to spend Saturday watching the grandniece at a dance competition in Atlanta. Spent a little more time with my wife's sister, her daughter, the family. We all met at my wife's son's and his family's for breakfast Sunday. Good times. Yeah, I thought the Bengals were going to pull it off. Rams' defense was just too tough. Now, if the Bengals receiver hadn't dropped that third down pass, it may have been a different story, but oh well. Yeah, great game. Looking forward to the future of that team. Great night, and everybody be careful out there. There's the Rambler. Hello, praise God. It's Brother Rambler headed northbound, hammer down to Montgomery, Alabama. Again, prayers for Mercedes, Pappy's daughter, for complete healing. I'll check in later to say hello. And since you brought it up, Pappy did give me a bit of an update. She was transferred from University of Cincinnati Medical Center over the weekend. She's now in Children's Hospital. Seeing as she's 16, I think the main goal there at Children's is going to be the rehabilitation. They still haven't got her fully awake yet. I mentioned last week the whole trying to get her off the ventilator. It was a very difficult task. They had to put the trach in, I believe they call it. Kind of like breathing through the throat kind of thing. Still keeping her rather sedated and on pain medication. So he did say she had opened her eyes for about 30 minutes, I guess, maybe Saturday. And, he said we can talk to her and tell her to squeeze her hand if she understands. And she is squeezing the hand. She can't talk because she has the trach in, obviously. So she's got a ways to go. But it looks like, I guess you could say she's kind of out of the woods. The good news, University of Cincinnati, that's one of the best trauma centers in the entire country. And that's why she was taken there initially. So they were apparently confident enough, the way he explained it to me, that the brain bleed had subsided, nothing was getting worse. And they pretty much believed they'd done all they can do as far as the trauma center, and they'll leave it now up to Children's Hospital for the rehabilitation. But again, she's going to have a ways to go. Hello to John checking in. A little foggy here in Bremerton, Washington. All right, Crazy Ray on board. West Michigan checking in with 19 degrees this morning. Yeah, there's our friends Chihuahua. Glad to be home. Got home on Friday from the hospital. Yeah, back on the 4th, I was rushed to the hospital, chest pains, heart rate of 150, like more than twice the normal weight. Yeah, I did. I saw your post via Facebook there, Chihuahua, and we were kind of saying a prayer for you. I think I mentioned that Thursday morning. And, so glad you're getting better. Let's see. Dave says, don't forget about Anthony Weiner on WABC from New York on the Curtis Sliwa from the Guardian Angels. I never had, Dean says, I've never really cared for rap music, even though I've heard of all the artists that played. I didn't really listen to much of it. The set design was kind of interesting. Yeah, I still think Prince was one of the best halftime shows ever. All right, there you go. Speaking of Denver, Colorado, before we get back to your calls here, there's that wave of cold air headed toward the Rockies that are going to send temperatures diving below average and bringing at the same time some widespread snow, including up to a half a foot in the Denver area. Just days after they went through a very spring-like warm-up in that region, the Denver area is going to get caught between a storm moving out of the southwest and high pressure surging southward across the northern plains. That's going to draw moisture northward into the southern plains. Temperatures are going to trend downward as that storm crosses the region, producing accumulating snow across the Intermountain West, even down to pass levels. As that cold Arctic air presses across Wyoming and Colorado, an easterly wind will be drawn upon that moisture in the southern plains, pushing it into the Rocky Mountains. Snow is expected to arrive overnight tonight, Monday night into Tuesday morning, they tell us. Utah, Idaho, Nevada, Wyoming. Forecasters say it's going to spread in a southeasterly direction throughout the day. Places like Salt Lake City, snow will start as a mix of rain or snow. By the time we get to Tuesday night, snow arrives in parts of Colorado as that cold, moist air flows up the slopes of the Rockies. It will produce widespread snow across eastern Colorado. Several inches of snow to the cities and communities along the Front Range from Fort Collins in the north to Colorado Springs in the south. Snow's forecast to end probably Wednesday evening in the Mile High after 3 to 6 inches of accumulation when it's all said and done. There could be a sharp gradient from west to east. Less than 3 inches of snow falling at Denver International Airport, which is located northeast of downtown. Snow is expected to begin falling in southern Colorado and northern New Mexico by Wednesday morning. Cities across the west, Salt Lake City, Cheyenne, Santa Fe, New Mexico. It could all receive over an inch of snow from this particular storm. Highest totals are going to pile up across the mountains of Colorado, especially west and southwest of Denver. So we'll keep an eye on things there. And back to the phones we go this Tuesday morning. Hello, Gilligan.
Oh, good morning, Steve. I gotta say, you know how to throw a party. But future parties, I think we need the band Lug Louie. Don't you agree?
Yeah, that outfit was a little bit over the top, if I wanted to be quite honest. What the hell was he thinking?
I think some of us scarred for life. Man. But I do have to apologize. I thought me and Heatwave had that deal with the 6 TVs straightened out. Now I got holes in my plus. 6 TVs. The only thing I can get on them is 4 McDonald's menus and 2 KFC menus. I guess I should have bought them somewhere besides a truck in an alley there in Winchester.
That would have been a good idea. Yep. That's the price you pay.
Yeah, well, he was cheap. Well, is the neighbor still mad at us?
Interesting that you'd ask. I mean, they always wave and chat with us when we step outside, but they're not. They haven't said a word since you left.
Oh, well, I'm sorry about getting stuck there in your yard. I'll be out there for the truck show. I'll bring a pressure washer and see if I can't wash some of that mud off their house.
Yeah, okay.
On the way through. Do you think that would help patch things up? But then it'll be warm enough to run it, don't you think? I mean, yeah. By the way, the bus will no longer be brought out. It got impounded again in McMinnville. Yeah, we had to abandon it.
Huh.
I don't know what it is about McMinnville, but they just don't like us. I don't understand why. Do you?
I wouldn't have a clue.
Yeah. Well, I'll try to call in later, but yeah, just put the word out. Lugnut Louie is banned. That's it. We've had enough. The burgers, the hot dogs and everything was good, but that outfit, I think we're all scarred for life.
Like I say, some things cannot be unseen. Once you've got that image, it's downright frightening. Yes, it is. Our number, 844-844-3388. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Now, a lot of people were trying to put their money where their mouth is. Talking about the wagering. Wow, the total amount of bets placed in Nevada's sports books on the Super Bowl, setting a record according to the Nevada Gaming Control Board this past day. Total of $179.8 million was wagered across Nevada's sports books, up 32% from the wagers on last year's big game. And the previous record of $158.6 million that was set in 2018, according to the unaudited figures. Yeah, the win total, the third highest on record since the Nevada Gaming Control Board started tracking wagers in 1990. Trailing only the 19.7 million total set in 2014 and the 18.8 million set 2 years ago. They're talking about the sportsbook capped a combined $15.4 million from Super Bowl bets for a hold percentage of 8.6%. So I guess the sports books did pretty darn well, huh? 15.4 million. And what's going on with high tech this morning? Hey there.
Hey, what's going on? I listened into your news while you was playing it earlier, and I think that Justin Trudeau up there, I think he's lost his lost his mind.
Yes.
But I understand. He's doing it for the children. He was afraid for those children. They wasn't wearing proper headgear while they were jumping around in those play castles. I seen the children at the protest, jumping up and down, and they wasn't wearing helmets. So that must be why. Yeah, because that what was it? Terrible, outrageous insurrection was because the children didn't have headgear on. But I expect him to do something even more stupid next, like, well, we're just going to have to get all the trucks off the road in Canada, and that would wind up being a better protest than anything, because once the grocery store shelves went empty, it's like, oh, well, that's how them grocery shelves get stocked. He probably doesn't have no idea how the food gets to his shelf.
Right.
But anyway, the Super Bowl thing there, I guess everybody knows what crypto is now. From what I heard about the commercials, they said that was the number one commercial thing going on was crypto, and I think it was it Coinbase that ran an ad that you snap a photo of the little barcode or whatever, and they had so many people clicking on it crashed the website. Yep, it crashed their website, and they stole that from me. I mean, it wasn't about 6 months ago. I changed all my business cards over where the back of the business card's just a QR code now. And then I came up with this idea years ago, well, not too long ago, but a while back, where you could take a QR code and you can make it read any website. So if you wanted somebody to go to your website or some outrageous website, you could make a QR code, turn it into a sticker, and you go out to these ATMs and gas pumps that have QR codes, and you stick your sticker right over the top of that. So when they scan it, it'll send it to wherever, you could make their phone go anywhere. If you wanted to do a practical joke, you could send it to a picture of a big, hairy, naked man or something. So I don't want to give anybody any ideas out there now about scanning these QR codes and just make them into a sticker and putting them over the top of somebody else's QR code. But, I mean, that is a simple hack. But, that Coinbase thing, it broke their... So everybody should know what crypto is now.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I got hold of the people that were doing the thing where I did the trucker coin, and what it is, the network I put it on is so new, which is the Cardano network. They're still building it. That they put that thing where you had to send their part of their coin with each transaction in there to slow it down to keep too many people from using it, because it's like they're still building it. But they said that would probably come off in a year or two. So I'll be a crypto billionaire for a little while. Not worth no dollars, but I got crypto.
I've got billions of worthless tokens.
That's right. I got billions of them. But, it was just an idea, of using a worthless token so everybody could experiment with it. And that way, if you screwed it up, you ain't lost nothing.
Yeah.
But, the Coinbase thing is good. But there's another thing called Coinbase Pro where you don't have to pay $3 every time you buy something. Over on Coinbase Pro, if you learn how to use it, it's only like 75 cents when you buy something. But it's more in depth where you have to put in orders. It's kind of like if you see Bitcoin I'll use Bitcoin because everybody knows what that is. Let's say Bitcoin's at $40,000. But you look at the chart and it's going up and down. It's going up to 41. Then it goes down to 39 and up to 41. Well, on Coinbase Pro, you can program it. Say, I only want to buy it at 39. So you can tell it, say, I'm going to buy X amount when it hits 39. So that way, if it's like 1 o'clock in the morning while you're asleep and it hits that 39, the computer automatically buys it at that price for you. So, anyway, that's how I made my money off of crypto this year. I didn't have that much to put in it, so I only bought a couple of hundred. But every time I bought it, I turned 100 into 400, and that's through Shiba Inu. And then last year, when ADA was down to $1, I bought a puppy's worth, $1,000 worth, and it went up to $2.50, and I sold it. So I made $1,500. It was like 30 days. So I didn't do bad on it. I just watched those little charts. If you look at it, it's kind of like somebody breathing. It goes up and down, and up and down.
Yep.
So the trick is to program it. Just look at what it's going up and down and program your computer to buy it at the low. Best thing to do is wait till everybody panics. Like right now, well, the Super Bowl thing, I'm looking at the chart right now. It made it go... It went up about, I'm looking, yesterday it went up almost 8%. Yeah, just from that Super Bowl thing. Everybody must have took the hint and went out and started to buy some of it.
I'll be darned. Well, I guess, I didn't see what the cost of Super Bowl ads was for this year's game, but, they spend millions of dollars. $5 million for 30 seconds or something. I guess at least as far as Coinbase or CoinDesk, whichever it was, Coinbase is concerned, that was a worthwhile investment, right? Yeah, I got to get to my news break here, though. Terry's got an update for us about the Canadian protests. Terry in Canada coming up. And room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Opening arguments have begun in the federal hate crimes trial of the 3 Georgia men charged in connection with the death of Ahmaud Arbery, the black jogger whose 2020 shooting fueled protests and calls for racial justice. Travis McMichael, his father Greg McMichael, and their neighbor William Rhodey Bryan were already convicted during a state murder trial and sentenced to life in prison last month. Only Bryan will have the possibility of parole, and he must serve 30 years before he has that chance. The federal trial will focus on whether race was a motivating factor in Arbery's killing. Police in Albuquerque have arrested a man suspected of stabbing 11 people over the weekend as he rode a bicycle. 42-year-old Tobias Gutierrez has been charged with aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. The stabbings appear to have been committed at random. This is USA Radio News.
Water. It's essential to life, but it's also something that so many of us here in America take for granted. Imagine how different your life would be without access to clean water in your home. What if you had to walk to the nearest creek, stream, lake, or pond to get water? Suddenly, going to work and school wouldn't be an option because you and your children would have to spend your days collecting water. This is the day-to-day reality of most families living in the world's poorest countries. But what if I told you that you can change that reality for just pennies a day? Through our water projects, Food for the Poor is working to meet the need for water in 17 impoverished countries. But it won't happen without you. Incredibly, it only takes $15 to provide a child access to clean water for life. $15. Decades and decades of access to water for a child. Give the life-changing gift of water now. Just text USA Radio to 91999. Text USA Radio, all one word, to 91999.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed it is. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive as we get back at it here, back in the saddle again. Super Bowl weekend, Valentine's Day in the books. And, of course, overnightdriveradio.com. If you haven't already done so, you can download the app for your Android or iPhone. And also, you can download tncradio.live as well for your iPhone, your Android, or just listen via tncradio.live. Of course, Monday morning, what do we have coming up when we wrap things up here? Later this morning, the Trucker Radio Show with Stan Campbell and our friends from Canada. A mix of 80s, 90s, and today's best country music, along with trucking news and information. So coming up following our program on tncradio.live. And you might note here, I see that Valerie Burton Ellie is going to be on Women Road Warriors this week, which will run live Tuesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And you'll be able to catch the replay after our overnight drive program there on Wednesday morning of this week. So look forward to that. Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. I did see in our forecast, as it's like 20 degrees outside the bunker now, when are we going to see some warmer temperatures? They're telling us by midweek, we're going to see spring-like temperatures in the 60s on the way. Through much of southwest Ohio and central Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, and areas further south. That's the warm air surging in ahead of that storm that's going to bring the snow to Denver, from Denver to Michigan on the northern side of the storm. The only caveat or catch is big winds and big rains are going to come with those temperatures. We're talking wind gusts 30, 40-plus miles per hour Wednesday and Thursday. Heavy rain, well over an inch according to the models, Wednesday night through Thursday. Even a few thunderstorms possible. Now, the fact that we've had the ice storm, which has gradually been melting with each passing day, the sun, the ground's pretty saturated. So with that much rain and an already saturated ground, obviously going to have to keep an eye out for some flooding concerns. On up to Terry in Canada this morning. What's happening, Terry?
Not too much. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear. Yes, good to have you with us.
Yeah, my headset died, so I'm doing the handheld thing here, which I'm not used to doing.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's all right. Yeah, this whole thing with that Justin Trudeau just brought in the Emergency Act, it's not law yet. It still has to pass the House of Commons and then the Senate. And apparently they believe the House of Commons won't be an issue, but they said it will be a fight for the Senate. And I'm totally embarrassed by our Prime Minister right now. He's turning into a dictator, like a communist leader, especially when they're going after the banks, saying they can seize people's money or stop transactions. And he also said in the same sentence, the banks will be protected from being sued for any actions that they do against collected money on behalf of the government.
Wow.
And they showed some counter-protesters in Ottawa on Facebook over the weekend. And the people in Ottawa want them to leave because they want their neighborhoods back. And they just kind of made me chuckle. They were calling the truck drivers domestic terrorists. So I don't know where they're getting that from. I thought it was kind of ignorant myself.
Yeah, well,
but, they're fighting for everybody's freedom.
That's pretty much what Trudeau's been kind of labeling them as. Now, as far as the protests have been pretty much peaceful protests. The only violence I actually heard of was there was a counter-protester that drove a vehicle into the supporters of the truck convoy, and I think injured 4 people with their vehicle. Now, that would be kind of a domestic terrorist act. Are they talking about that at all, or is it just trying to make it sound like the protests, the truckers are the bad guys?
Well, they're not going to say anything negative, against a counter-protester, because that goes against the media's mainstream rhetoric, But that was in Winnipeg, one of the protest that was going on in the capital cities across the country there. And I agreed with what you said about the border crossings, about them blocking the borders. I did not agree with that at all because they're impacting the people who they're supposed to be helping out. I was lucky enough I didn't have to cross the border, but I did get delayed minorly going over the Port Huron because they had the highway closed down, so we had to do a detour to get around that. But there was one guy that said it took him 4 hours to get across the border back into Canada. Like, he was one of the guys that was rerouted from the Windsor crossing because it was shut down. But now they have it all open again, I guess. But no, I don't agree. As far as I'm concerned, the blockades are an illegal protest, and I don't have a problem myself with the police coming in and clearing those out. But the ones that are in Ottawa, that's a peaceful protest, and I'm getting tired of Trudeau saying that they're saying that the Ottawa is under siege and in a blockade by the truck drivers, and they're not blocking nothing. Like, everything is wide open for emergency vehicles to go through and everything else. So I don't like how he describes them in Ottawa. And like I said, I'm not impressed with him at all. And I don't think the world's impressed with him. And I know Fox News, I've been watching them, and they've just been mocking the crap out of Justin Trudeau, especially Tucker Carlson. He's been having fun with him.
Well, Terry, the odd thing is, I mean, they just had the election, wasn't it last year? And he got reelected. Yeah, much to everybody seemed surprised, but yeah, how did that happen?
I have no idea, because I guess he's been the prime minister 8 years now, but I remember Blind Man called in and told you that I told him that 30% of Canadians don't care for him, but he kind of got it mixed around. Only 35% of Canada voted for Trudeau. Like, he's a minority leader. So 60-some-odd% of what's that make? 65% of Canada never voted for him. So two-thirds of Canada don't care for the man. And when he says he represents Canada, he far from represents Canadians as a whole. He only represents a third of us. And I'm not one of them, because I can't stand the guy.
Wow.
And I just told my wife I wish he put more emphasis in the people of Canada than he does worrying about his hairdo. I'm sure you can notice he's got this nice little puff going on there.
Right.
And I was telling my one friend that lives in Ottawa, I said, there's a simple solution to stop this protest, and it's for him just to get off his high horse and come down and talk to the protesters. That's all he has to do. But if he don't agree with him, then you're not on his side. He doesn't want nothing to do with you. And I don't agree with that at all, because he represents all the people of Canada, just not the ones that are like-minded like him.
Yeah. Well, so, I mean, as far as I'm hearing, they say the truckers that are in Ottawa, they're not planning on going anywhere for some. I mean, they're entering week number 3 now.
Yes, they're not going anywhere at all. And I don't think they're going to plan on going anywhere in the near future. And I don't think he has a case to move them out, because, like I said, they're peaceful. They're not blocking anything, and they're not having any violence. And again, as you know, the toll companies don't want to do with it because they don't want to lose. They know full well if they go in there, their business is going to go under, because nobody will work with them anymore because the name will get out there.
Yeah.
So I don't think he has a case, I believe. And remember, I told you a couple of weeks ago, I didn't understand why the police were stealing the fuel that they were bringing in to the protesters. And what they're labeling it now is they're saying that the protesters are being a public mischief, and anybody bringing in fuel or food is aiding and abetting the mischief. So that's why they're stealing their fuel from them. That's their justification.
Wow. Things you can't make up. It's just unbelievable.
No, it's embarrassing. On his behalf, that is. I actually almost feel sorry for the man. But yeah, that's all I got for you tonight. I don't know if you got any questions that you need answered, or that I didn't provide you there.
I guess the fact that the truckers are planning to continue on. Now, what about if they're are they going to be able to halt the give, send, go money? If these drivers can't continue to, they can't keep going on without any funding.
No, I just thinking about that today. I'm just going, Now, I've actually seen it on Facebook where people are actually walking up to the truckers and they're giving them cash. So I just think there isn't an alternative. But, not everybody has access to go to Ottawa and start handing out cash to the people on an individual basis. I think that's pretty well the only way to get around the banking issue that I can think of.
Okay. All right. It's been very interesting, but all right. So thank you very much for the call and the update there, Terry. Do appreciate it.
No problem. Have a good day.
There you go. All right. So we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Another kind of developing story over the weekend there in Canada. Don't think it has anything to do with protests, but yeah, police are investigating after a semi-truck hauling guns was stolen out of a yard in Canada over the weekend. This was early Sunday morning in Peterborough, Ontario, Canada. All the firearms that were stolen were of small caliber with, I guess, the magazines attached, according to the detective there. We can also confirm that no ammunition for the firearms was within the trailer. However, that said, the Peterborough Police Service understands the heightened sense in the community and beyond surrounding this theft. So far, the investigation's leaning toward an isolated crime of opportunity rather than some sort of a targeted incident. Officers believe the thief entered several other truck yards in the area and attempted to steal vehicles before successfully stealing the semi-truck loaded with guns. The truck in question is a white 2019 Freightliner New Cascadia 126, Ontario license plate 9382 P as in Paul, V as in Victor, 9382 PV. And then there's a red number 97 in red on the side of the hood. All right, the trailer in question, a 2014 Hyundai 53-foot dry freight van trailer, license plate Victor 3092A. A silver metallic line that runs horizontally down the length of the trailer. Police believe the criminals were driving a blue four-door sedan. So the focus of the investigation currently on locating the trailer and the contents, as well as uploading the stolen firearms into the national database. They do say Peterborough police are working with other enforcement agencies, including the OPP, the RCMP, Homeland Security, Canada Border Services, and other municipal services there. And with that, 9 before the hour, and lines wide open at 844-844-3388. Here on a Tuesday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Let me see who else checking in here. Going back to hour number one. Show Dog waving a hand from Wausau, Michigan. Good morning. The Dipsy driver here in mid-Michigan. We may get some more snow Thursday into Friday. Yep, you're on the northern flank of that storm. So, yet get ready to batten down the hatches again. I did go on to say they're starting to lift some of the mask mandates here in mid-Michigan at the schools. Hopefully, Kentucky may follow. Kids need to be able to learn and communicate with their teachers. You know, Dipsy Driver, that brings up a good point. I heard a discussion that essentially these schools that have had their children wearing masks for the last 2 years, if you think about it, realistically, no child has seen another schoolmate smile. You can't see their face. You can't see their mouth. I mean, you've eliminated smiles from the schools. And it has psychologically a detrimental impact on the kids. Yeah, time to move on, right? Meanwhile, there's Captain Cliff checking in. Howdy from Michigan. A lot of Michiganders on with us this morning. Norman, I'm at the home 20. Not driving the 2-lane tonight with the lights out. That's good to hear. Dale, morning from Macon, Georgia. 39 degrees, clear here. Monkey Gouger's right. Take him to the house, park him. Put your butt in the lawn chair, your feet up on the patio deck, and just wait. If mama ain't happy, nobody's happy. Peace and grace to all out there. Let's see, going 4th and 1 on your 48 at the first possession. Ain't too bright. It's talking about the Super Bowl. Yeah. Anyway, at the Rocket Ranch, also known as Cape Canaveral Space Force Station tonight. Heard a lot of people questioning that. Midfield, right? 4th and 1 on the 48. What are the odds that you won't be able to pick up a yard? Well, they didn't. As they say, hindsight is 20/20. And we can all be, Monday morning or now Tuesday morning, armchair quarterbacks. Let me flip over to the email because I had an update earlier in regards to the planned convoy here in the lower 48. Convoy USA, the People's Convoy. I guess they've been kind of laying out the route that the convoy will take. We have an announced route. Yeah, leaders are in California scouting out the exact place to kick off the rally March the 4th and the 5th, with the convoy starting on March the 6th. So stay tuned for more. I guess that is as far as where the staging or the rally location will be. Meanwhile, here's the route that they've listed. Southern California to Las Vegas, Nevada. Then on to Kingman, Arizona, across I-40 to Oklahoma City. Then it's on to St. Louis, and then I-70 all the way over into Washington, D.C. So obviously, kind of passing through just to the north of us here, I-70 through Indiana, across Ohio, on over into Pennsylvania. Have wheels and a motor, let's roll. Now, this was an update out of Arizona. Arizonans were fortunate to have not one but two convoys coming through our state. Pretty exciting. I'm not really sure what that means as far as two convoys, but as the preparations are being made for that, the executive vice president of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association says quieting the current Canadian trucker protest and avoiding a similar situation here is pretty simple. You just do away with the vaccine mandate. Those comments shortly after Canadian police started arresting protesters blocking the Ambassador Bridge over the weekend. Enforcement actions continue at the demonstration area with arrests being made. Vehicles were towed. Now, it's clear that Canadian officials are looking to quiet the ongoing vaccine mandate, the chaos. But the Canadian government has yet to this day, to even meet to discuss anything with the truckers. Now America's bracing itself for our own potential vaccine mandate protest. Officials searching for a way to avoid similar chaos. But as I mentioned, OOIDA's Vice President Louis Pugh said it's a pretty simple solution. Do away with the mandate. That's what we've told the political leaders to do. Start listening to stuff that helps the truck drivers instead of hurting the truck drivers and over-regulating them. We're not against vaccines. We just feel it's sort of a pro-choice. It's your body, so it should be your choice. Now, he went on to say, truckers, we can't be blocking roadways and bridges because those are turning the public against them, and we don't want to see that. But we do believe people have a right to peacefully protest, and they should. All right, the men and women behind the wheel, delivering everything that's needed, the goods, the shots, the mask, the hand sanitizer, all of these things since day number one. Getting them out there to the first responders, and there's never been a problem. They were national heroes a year ago, and now we don't want to let them go across the damn border unless they have the shot. Louis did say they've also had some high-ranking meetings with the Department of Transportation and FMCSA officials, and we've told them, if you want this to go away, drop the mandate. Not too difficult. All right, we reached the top of the hour. Plenty of room for you. Clear lines, as a matter of fact, at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
If Russia invades Ukraine, there will be far-reaching sanctions. So says German President Olaf Scholz, who met with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Scholz pledged solidarity with Zelensky, saying Ukraine's sovereignty is non-negotiable. The meeting of the two leaders come as the West continues to use many diplomatic channels as possible to de-escalate tensions. Zelensky floated the possibility of dropping his country's goal of joining NATO. It's an issue at the heart of the conflict with Russia, and a reversal from Sunday when he said Ukraine would seek to join the alliance. Police in Albuquerque have arrested a man suspected of stabbing 11 people over the weekend as he rode a bicycle. 42-year-old Tobias Gutierrez has been charged with aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. The stabbings appeared to have been committed at random. This is USA Radio News.
Yes, I'm so sorry about the wait, ma'am. I'll be with you shortly. Carrie, how many appointments did we book at 2:30?
Jin's physical therapy clinic is pretty stretched. He needs another PT before patients get bent out of shape.
Did you get fresh ice pack for Miss Davis's knee?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You need an accurate thermometer to check for fever, a potential sign of flu or COVID. Be vigilant and contact your medical provider at the first sign of fever. Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer has been proven accurate in more than 100 clinical studies. Exergen Temporal Scanners are available at Walmart and other fine retailers. Learn more at Exergen.com. That's EXERGEN.com. Exergen is changing the way the world takes temperature.
The law has been on Canada's books since the late 80s, but it's being used for the first time ever.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says he will invoke emergency measures for the first time to give his Liberal government extraordinary powers in trying to end demonstrations against COVID-19 vaccine mandates that have paralyzed the capital, Ottawa, and continue to block some cross-border traffic. Trucker Mike Johnson is part of the protest.
I'm not going anywhere. Whatever, I made some phone calls and I rearranged my life, and me and most of these other men here and some women too, we're resolved, man. We're not going anywhere.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The accounting firm Mazars is cutting ties with former President Donald Trump and his company, the Trump Organization. The notification became public in a court filing as part of a New York State investigation. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Right now, people are home with their pets more often, and I think now, especially with the shedding, they're more cognizant of what's going on and that it's an actual issue, and Dynavite has helped tremendously in our house with that.
I just heard the Dynavite commercial so many times, I said, you know what, I'll give it a shot, and I ordered it and tried it, and it worked.
The Dynavite, the being at home, working with them, they all love it. Me and Chewy are together 24/7.
Within 3 weeks, he's not scratching and itching, and he's an all-around happier dog.
DINOVITE.com.
On Wall Street Monday, the Dow lost 172 points, the Nasdaq lost a fraction, and the S&P 500 was off about 17 points. Enrollment in Catholic schools in the country rose nearly 4%, rebounding from a sharp drop caused by the pandemic. The National Catholic Educational Association says nationwide enrollment increased to about 1.68 million students. The first increase in 2 decades, the largest jump recorded in at least 5 decades. The annual report said the Catholic school community were optimistic when schools returned to in-person classes this fall, as many did during the previous year, but they continue to face challenges as they cope with the pandemic. Opening arguments have begun in the federal hate crimes trial of the 3 Georgia men charged in connection with the death of Ahmaud Arbery, the black jogger whose 2020 shooting fueled protests and calls for racial justice. Travis McMichael, his father Greg McMichael, and their neighbor William Roddy Bryant have been sentenced to life in prison following a state murder trial. The federal trial will focus on whether race was a motivating factor in Arbery's killing. Less than 1% of New York City's municipal workforce was canned for failing to comply with the city's vaccine mandate. It happened Friday. The more than 1,400 city workers fired likely represents the largest mass termination of municipal employees in response to a vaccine mandate. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Our friend Santa Claus is on board this morning. Top of the morning, 54 degrees here in Santa Nella, California. Running from the Sharp Army Depot to March Air Force Base all week this week. All right, be safe out there on the West Coast. Good to have you on board. Meanwhile, our number, 844-844-3388. I guess the other big headline concerns about, is Russia about to move? The media, at least in this country, has just been beating the war drums for several weeks now. Latest report says Russia has moved some of their long-range artillery and rocket launchers into firing position. Some Russian units have left their assembly areas. The bumper-to-bumper formations seen via satellite photos and are beginning to move in, quote, attack positions. This movement marks a change since Sunday, when some of the units had left the assembly areas that had not yet taken what could be viewed as attack positions. The U.S. continues to believe Russia will attack by the end of the week, although it's not certain what form it'll take. Once the Russian attacks begin, U.S. knowledge of what is happening will dramatically decrease. Americans will have no troops on the ground and no reconnaissance planes over the air. And Russian cyber attacks and electronic warfare, they anticipate, will blot out communications. U.S. officials say Russia now has 80% of the forces they will need to launch a full-scale invasion, and the rest are en route. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan warning Sunday morning on Face the Nation that Vladimir Putin could give the orders for an invasion essentially at any time. We've seen over the course of the past 10 days a dramatic acceleration in the buildup of forces and the disposition of these forces in such a way they could launch a military action essentially at any time. They could do so this coming week, but of course, it still awaits the go order from Putin. Sullivan acknowledged as well there's a distinct possibility Russia may launch a false flag attack, perhaps in the Donbas region of Ukraine, in order to justify an invasion. And he said, we are watching very carefully. In that scenario, Russian intelligence services might conduct some kind of attack on Russian proxy forces in eastern Ukraine or Russian citizens and then blame it on the Ukrainians. Sullivan apparently was briefing congressional leaders on the latest developments this past day, Monday. All right, 11 past the hour. And back to your calls this morning at 844-844-3388. All right, let's see. Would that be Mark?
Yes, it is.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah, I'm up here. I'm in Toronto right now, but I live in Peterborough, so it's quite a weekend.
So is there a lot of media discussion about the truckload of missing guns? They're saying how many might have been involved, because I wasn't seeing any real numbers.
No, they haven't. They figured there was 2,000 on the truck, but I understand from what I've heard. Rumors are it's just they're 22s, so I don't know.
Okay.
But that's just what we've heard. But they could be in Toronto or they could be in Montreal. We're only an hour and a half from Toronto, so I would assume somewhere in Toronto.
So is the media, are they putting any kind of spin on, I mean, the story I had made it sound like it was just someone randomly trying to steal a load of something, probably having no idea what was even on the trailer.
Yeah, I would think that's probably what it was. There's a lot of that goes on. I worked for a different company in Peterborough, and we had a trailer. They grabbed a trailer one night with only had 4 tires on it and had old bathtubs in it.
Okay. Yeah, that's not the jackpot.
It's just one of them. Yeah, like Peterborough's pretty quiet most of the time, so
Well, aside from that, have you, what kind of sentiment are you hearing about the ongoing protest? I just heard in the news break they're talking to some of them to say they're not going anywhere. Have you participated in any of this, or just kind of on the outside looking in?
Just on the outside looking in, going, yeah, with you. But somebody's got to work.
Okay, all right.
So, yeah. I only do a little couple-hour run a night, so I don't get a chance to get to Ottawa or to the border, so.
Very good. Well, thank you much for the update there from the home 20 of Peterborough, Ontario. There you go. Hey, we were talking earlier about the cost of automobiles. Soaring car prices apparently has kind of set off a battle between the automakers and some of the independent dealers, with consumers routinely paying hundreds, if not thousands, more than the listed price. This is a protracted vehicle shortage. Ford and General Motors recently upbraided dealers for ignoring the manufacturer's suggested retail price, the MSRP as we call it, a practice that was practically unheard of a year ago, and General Motors says it's unethical. They're threatening to withhold deliveries of some of their most popular offerings, including Ford's buzz-generating F-150 Lightning pickup and other forthcoming electric vehicle models. But data shows markups. These sort of markups are just pervasive across the industry. More than 80% of U.S. car buyers paid above MSRP in January, according to the market research firm Edmunds. Now, that would compare with 2.8% the same month a year ago, and less than 1%, 0.3% in January of 2020. The premium set, consumers back $728 on average, although industry experts say four-figure markups are common on some of the popular sedans and compacts, including Hyundai and Honda. Some car shoppers reported that the extra cost can run $10,000 or more for some of the sought-after electric vehicles and hybrids. Ford and GM's warnings means there are some pretty tense undercurrents between legacy car makers and the dealers, which have grown more fraught in recent years as upstart electric vehicle manufacturers like Tesla, Rivian, and Lucid sell directly to the consumer. All right, then they go into the whole mandate about, we're going electric. Yeah, we are. Last summer, Biden said it. He wants half of all new cars to be battery-powered or plug-in hybrids by the year 2030. Now, where do we stand as far as that goes? As of the second quarter 2021, electric vehicles accounted for about 3.6% of U.S. vehicle sales. They got a long way to go to even begin chipping away at half the vehicles being electric, 3.6%. The demand just is not to this day there. Meanwhile, we get back to the calls here. And Jay, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call, Steve. Hope everything is good on your end. I got a question for you, though.
Okay.
They say Biden's going to get Homeland Security in on this convoy. Those guys couldn't catch a cold. How are they going to catch a bunch of trucks?
All right. Yeah, I mean, you got, who's that Mayorkas that's in charge of Homeland Security? He's doing such a great job on the southern border. Yeah, he'll get the job done.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. But, the thing that cracks me up is Biden called, from what I heard on the news, Biden called Trudeau and told him he needed to get a handle on this situation with the convoy.
That's true.
I'm thinking to
I heard
myself,
him talking about that. He's got the gall to actually call Trudeau and tell him he needs to do something about our northern border while the southern border is just wide open. How crazy is that?
exactly. And the sad part about it is after Trudeau came up with the mandates for the Canadian border, then Biden jumped on and said, ooh, let's do that. That's feel-good legislation. It doesn't affect me in my operation, but I really feel sorry for the guys that have to go across that border, because there's always been a lot of paperwork. When you cross out of America into Canada or vice versa, there's 10 tons of paperwork that has to be done for every shipment.
Mm-hmm.
And now you've got to be, the driver has to be documented and all this. What a crock of malarkey. Anywho, but should I break away to go with this protest? My question is, Big Moose, is he going to go out there to this protest, or do you have any idea?
I have not spoke to Moose about the con. I mean, he's pretty much divested of his trucking equipment, if I'm understanding. When he retired, he's pretty much, I think he took some of his stuff and had it all auctioned off, and I think someone bought one of his trucks. But that's a good question. I could ask him. I mean, he might be willing to go and participate. You know, take his his big RV or something.
Well, that's what I was wondering, if he was going to play some music, if he was going to bring an RV or bring his guitar, whichever. And they say he's a pretty good guitar player. So, yes. Anyhow, that was my big question for the night. So, anyhow, it's JR, and I gotta get back to imitating a truck driver.
All right. Well, thank you for checking in. Have a great night and be safe out there. And plenty of room. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Hey, versus talking about nearly record high temperatures in some areas out west last week. A rather extended bout of warm weather. Hey, you're flipping the switch. Even after what was still relatively warm weather Monday, by later today, big time changes coming on. We'll give you more ahead here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you so much, and back at it here, 23 past the hour, and it's 844-844-3388. So here I am, another one of those nights where, a couple of weeks ago, before I went in to do the routine physical thing, they have you on fasting, nothing to eat, nothing to drink. At least when I was getting ready for the physical, I could actually drink some water through the night, but they scheduled a procedure for like an ultrasound, looking for gallstones. And I got the call from the girl Thursday, Friday last week, and she's like, okay, we're set for like 8:15 in the morning, and nothing to eat or drink for 8 hours before the procedure. And I'm like, so the schedule is like 8:15 this morning. Every time I go to a break, I'm so used to just reaching over a bite of candy, a snack of some kind, a drink of water at least, for crying out loud. Yeah, I don't really understand how that would impact an ultrasound looking at the gallbladder, but apparently it does. So after drinking all that beer for Super Bowl Sunday and being damn near dehydrated Monday, I'm sitting here, nothing to eat or drink for my Tuesday morning. Gotta love it. Hey, temperatures across much of Canada, Nevada, Arizona, peaked over the weekend, 15 to 20 degrees above normal for this time of year. That's the big northward bulge we had in the jet stream. Created a dome of warm air over the region this past week. Dry weather. Well, it's begun to change this past day, and today, Tuesday, the jet stream is gradually lunging southward. Much colder air is flowing back in across the western U.S. In Southern California, the warmth held on into Monday evening. Southern California through Arizona, the Four Corners area. But that dramatic change, colder air is going to be on the doorstep moving in today. Now, this strong southward dip in the jet stream dragging that much colder air and not only marking the end of the record warmth in California, but will result in temperatures that quickly trend to average or even a bit below average for a couple of days. After highs in the 70s over the weekend in San Francisco, a new record for the all-time meteorological winter high of 78 degrees that you saw midweek. You may not even get to the 50s by later today. Similar story there in L.A. following a particularly warm kickoff, Super Bowl Sunday. Temperature was 81 degrees. Temperatures today are forecast to peak only in the mid-60s. Overnight lows dropping into the mid-40s there. Prolonged dry weather across the region over the past month has actually caused the snowpack to shrink. The mountains and water reservoir levels have been dropping below normal for this time of year. Now, because of that, many may be wondering if the upcoming changes in the pattern may come with any meaningful chance of precipitation. Well, the storm setup will be somewhat different than typical storms that arrive from the Pacific. Instead of having abundant moisture, the storm is forecast to track south-southeastward over the west coast, causing moisture from the Pacific to largely be cut off from the storm. So really just a limited amount of showers are likely to develop, even though rain is likely to be limited to sporadic showers along the California coast and over the interior valleys on into midweek. Any short-term ground dampening could occur, and that'd be welcomed to reduce the risk of wildfire ignition. All right, with that, speaking of wildfire ignition, I think we had the advisory from, like the red flag warnings, pretty widespread through a number of states. I'm trying to pull it up here as we speak. Yeah, according to the map here, you see northern portions and western portions of Texas, about the western half of Oklahoma, a good chunk of Kansas, all under red flag warnings. So very dry conditions. What do we see here? National Weather Service in Wichita, red flag warning, extreme grassland fire danger. In effect from 11 a.m. till 7 p.m. today. So we're talking about 20 to 30 mile an hour winds, gusts to 45, maybe approaching 50 across parts of southern Kansas, but very low humidity levels, as low as 25% maybe. Any fires that develop would spread rapidly and become very difficult to control. Outdoor burning is not recommended. So that's just, I wanted to share one of the breakdowns. That's pretty much the entire scenario. Then you've got even down south, the entire state of Mississippi, northeastern portions of Louisiana, southeastern Arkansas. You're also under red flag warnings. They had red flag warnings in place this past day. They're in northern Georgia. With that, we'll get a news break in here and plenty of room for you this Tuesday morning at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Despite having the manpower at the border, Russia is signaling that it is open to more talks as the U.S. and allies hope to avert a crisis in Ukraine. But the Biden administration believes that an invasion can happen any day now. The Kremlin denies that it has any plans to invade its neighbor, but it wants guarantees that Ukraine and other former Soviet countries won't be allowed to join NATO. White House Deputy Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says diplomacy is still an option.
The path for diplomacy remains available if Russia chooses to engage constructively. However, we are clear-eyed about the prospects of that given the steps Russia is taking on the ground in plain sight.
The U.S. not taking any chances, evacuating almost all of its staff from Kyiv and telling Americans that remain in the country to get out. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, the founder of Youngevity and veterinary physician, and I'm the guy that figured out the cause, prevention, and cure of cystic fibrosis. I'm the guy that found the cause, prevention, and cure of muscular dystrophy, and then I figured out the cause and prevention of sudden death syndrome. You don't hear about those three diseases anymore because in federal lawsuits, we were able to force the manufacturers of baby formulas to put these nutrients in the baby formulas. And those three diseases, cystic fibrosis and muscular dystrophy, were not genetic diseases. They were just simple nutritional deficiencies. Sudden death syndrome, crib death, was not due to mother laying on the babies. Only 2% of the babies were in bed with their mothers when they died. 98% were in cribs. We had that nutrient put into the baby formulas, and we ended crib death. 28 years ago, one child died of crib death per 100 normal births. Today, it's 1 per 3,000 normal births. And if everybody would give all the 90 essential nutrients to these kids, none of them would die. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yeah, I'll do a quick double check. Discount double check. See, I should have the latest numbers, prices at the pump where diesel went over the past week. Been knocking on the door at $5 a gallon in some cases. As oil prices continue to surge, we're approaching the $100 per barrel mark once again for the first time since 2014. And that is threatening, really, it's going to be a double blow to the world economy, driving up inflation even further. That is a concerning combination for the U.S. Federal Reserve and fellow central banks as they're trying to get under control the strongest price pressures in decades without derailing recovery from the pandemic. Now, there were a group of 20 finance chiefs that met virtually last week for the first time this year, and inflation was one of their top concerns. Obviously, energy exporters stand to benefit from the boom, and oil's influence on economies isn't what it once was. Much of the world will take a hit, though, as companies and consumers will continue to find our bills rising and our spending power squeezed. Higher cost for food, transportation, heating, obviously. Now, according to Bloomberg Economics shock model, a climb in crude to $100 per barrel by the end of this month from around $70 at the end of 21 would lift inflation by 0.5 percentage point in the U.S. and Europe for the second half of the year. More broadly, J.P. Morgan Chase & Company warns a run-up to $150 per barrel would almost stall the global expansion and send inflation spiraling to over 7%, more than 3 times the rate targeted by most monetary policy makers. They call it the oil shock. The oil shock feeds into what is now a broader inflation problem. And there is a decent chance of a significant slowing of global growth as a result. As we've all noticed, oil right now is about 50% higher than a year ago. A part of a broader rally in commodity prices that also swept up natural gas and, as we've seen, propane at the same time. Good morning to the Scarecrow. How was your Super Bowl weekend?
Well, Steve, it came and went way too fast again.
I concur.
I didn't have a horse in the parade by any means, but I did catch part of the game and such. Kind of interesting. My Saturday evening, we went out to eat with my wife's sister and brother-in-law, and their blood is flowing Minnesota Viking purple for the 45 years that I've known them. They live right across the river, about a half hour from us, other side of the Mississippi. And they made note Saturday night there. Our nephew there, he's about 25. They said for years and years he's been a Bengals fan. So they were having she was putting together a Super Bowl party for him and gonna surprise them with when they showed up for the game with Bengals decorated cakes and cupcakes and all that stuff. But I guess he was licking his wounds yesterday too when I talked to my brother-in-law there and such. But no, I feel your pain there, Steve. But I'm figuring when you come to work tonight, you're one day closer to Friday this week.
That's true. That is true. Yes.
Oh yeah, man. Suggested retail price, man, as far back as I can remember, aside from a limited production item, a collector type vehicle, I cannot think of anything that ever sold for, MSRP. They would literally talk, thousands and thousands below, suggested retail. And there was a story, it was before Christmas time last fall. A couple had ordered, the new Ford Bronco. They were on the waiting list. It came in. The dealer notified them, and they were told, "Yeah, your truck is here, but we're going to need another 10,000." Now they had already sold their personal vehicle, so I don't know if they wound up coughing up for that or not. They said she was in tears over the whole thing. That, it's just a whole different world from what we're familiar with. But a lot of things have been in short supply this year, due to that whole chip thing. You mentioned snowmobiles in passing, a couple stories. Even machines that were ordered last spring, manufacturers will come up with a special in the spring for the coming model year, order preseason and usually get some kind of a discount or special options included or whatnot. Well, the way I understand it, this year, a lot of those sleds were not even delivered. That, the they've become pretty high tech these days too, with the ignition and fuel management systems and such. Way dealer showroom floors, they've been pretty bare, and so yeah, it's really a curiosity if the auto industry will ever recover from what it's at right now. Used vehicles are totally out of control price wise, and it's a curiosity what will happen if the market stabilizes. You're going to have all these overpriced used vehicles out there. Those owners are going to be thinking about upgrading, and they're going to come out on such a short end there. They're going to be losing big time, from what the dealer's willing to offer them up on a trade or such. Anyway, trying to gather up a few loose strings here. You did mention last week, remember those snowmobiles? I think it was up on Lake Erie, that big sheet of ice that broke loose. All them sleds were caught out there. The question was talked about, how would they recover them? Well, the story on our news just this past evening, some ice fishermen had to be rescued, and I guess it's Coast Guard policy that they don't, handle personal merchandise, even like their fishing gear and whatnot. So I'm sure in the case of like those sleds, there'd be airboaters out there that had the capacity to, maybe haul a couple sleds at a time or such. Right?
Yeah.
But yeah, the Coast Guard, they said, does not, and I can understand that, does not get involved in, recovering materials like that. And then let's see, what the heck else was there? Hey there, Mr. Policeman. I mentioned we went out for dinner the other night, and this goes back, a couple weeks back, Steve. I mentioned an acquaintance of ours that had passed from COVID, and Happy, maybe you want to turn your volume down at the moment. You got enough on your plate the way it is. I'm not sure if this would bother you or not, but if you would, just back off your volume for a minute or two here. Anyway, Steve, I mentioned before, he'd been on the ventilator, and I was under the assumption that he'd had some circumstances leading up to his hospitalization, and talking to my brother-in-law there, he's very good friends with him, and that he was in what seemed to be perfect health up to about 3 weeks back, and boom, just like that, he had problems breathing, and he was hospitalized about 2 weeks on that ventilator, but apparently there was so much, they assumed so much scar tissue and such within the lungs, and thoughts are maybe the ventilator actually knocked some of that scar tissue loose and such. That and we've heard before over the last couple of years that the pressure that an operator is, if he isn't on top of that, it can be actually more detrimental to a person's health than what it's meant to be for. So either way, yeah, as I said before, family was told, he's going to pass away no matter how we handle this, that, all likely he's going to have a heart attack or such. But what come to light in our conversation over Christmas, this fella's brother, who we are well acquainted with, and he too is in perfect health, but he was hospitalized for 3 weeks, with COVID. And the thoughts come to mind then, and I don't recall hearing any talk of this, over the last couple of years. Is there potentially anything hereditary or within a person's makeup and genes that would leave him a little more susceptible to, a severe attack? Because you recall anything like that ever coming up?
I know I have said for some time that there has to be some sort of a factor. Yeah, it's got to be, like you're saying, in the genes. There's got to be something there, to where, I mean, millions of people can actually have it and not even know they have it. Millions of others end up hospitalized, some of which die. I mean, and they could all be, equally aged. All the, same medical history, health, no pre-existing conditions. And, it's not only people that have like diabetes or heart disease that are ending up on ventilators. It really doesn't make any sense. And I would assume the medical community's been looking at, what is it that makes some people just more prone to getting deathly ill?
Guys, I'm guessing any speculation is, and that's probably what it is. Even at this point, the speculation that it's still so new, and studies and whatnot, continue and such. But it's much like cancer. My wife's stepmom and her stepsister, her stepbrother, they've all had cancer. In fact, her stepsister, they're just counting the days. They've given up on anything helping her anymore. And her stepbrother, this is his second go around. But there too, it's in the makeup. So I'm just wondering about, in the COVID end, because we've heard that the most healthy of individuals that it hits them and boom, they're down like a rock and such. So anyway, I didn't want the ventilator thing to be hanging over Pappy and such. It was interesting. A couple 3 weeks back, you were off, and they replayed the program from the 3rd of December, and Chris happened to be on, that night, and that program, Pappy was asking about, what Chris could do to help out, Mercedes' new car, and I thought, oh shucks, you suppose that's the very car that Mercedes had her crash in. That
yep.
So, well, either way, I had a few other things, but at the moment here, that's enough of a downer and such there, Steve. So, anyway, next year it'll be go Bengals, huh?
There's always next year. Hey, we waited 33. I don't know if I've got 33 left in me for another one, but it is 10 before the hour, and we get a quick time out here back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here on a Tuesday morning. Talking about automobile sales and the lack of automobiles, this global chip shortage where we've seen acres and acres of vehicles waiting for the chips to be finished. Regardless of that, last week the numbers came out, even with vehicles being so scarce, that drove up prices and actually helped General Motors increase their net income 56% last year. They announced last Tuesday they made $10.02 billion for the year. And they predicted record pre-tax earnings for 2022 of $13 to $15 billion. And a net income of $9.4 to $10.8 billion. So I guess that was good for the shareholders, excluding one-time items. GM made $7.07 per share for the year, beating the estimates of $6.83. In the fourth quarter last year, GM made a $1.7 billion net profit. GM sales here in the U.S., this is their most profitable market. Actually fell 13% for the year. It was unseated by Toyota as the nation's top-selling automaker for the first time. Lost almost 3 percentage points of market share. But GM's average vehicle sales price rose almost 20% in the fourth quarter from a year ago, which translates to nearly $54,000 as they were selling more loaded-out trucks and SUVs. Nearly $54,000 a vehicle. Ouch. Hey, what's happening with Philip this morning?
Well, just driving to work, enjoying the I-4. Interstate 4 at its best. I love it, Steve. So how you doing today?
I can't complain. My Bengals lost, but hey, we had a good, entertaining weekend.
It looked like a pretty close game from what I've seen. I didn't see the game or see anything going on with the game, but it looked like a pretty close game. It looks like they didn't give up at the end there, huh?
No, 23-20, the final score, and I think the referees, the umpires, they gave a little assistance to LA in that win, but we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I had to sleep and get ready for work that night, so I couldn't watch the game. But there's one thing that my wife told me that she did notice with the game was the amount of commercials, and she said there was a lot of commercials for automakers that were pushing electric cars. Did you notice that?
Absolutely, yes, big time.
So I don't know. I didn't see anything. So what'd you think about that halftime, Steve, or did you watch it?
I did not see 1 second of the halftime. As soon as they got to the halfway point, I stepped out, took a long smoke break, checked out some of the news, and waited for the game to get back underway.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of it on YouTube. They had it on YouTube. It was definitely different. That's all I'm going to say at this time. But so I don't know if you heard it or not, Steve, but do you remember the crewed mission that Elon Musk launched last year when he had the inspiration crew went up. That was all the civilians.
Yes.
Okay, the gentleman who bought that flight, who was on that flight, he just bought 2 more flights. I don't know if you heard that, came out yesterday. He bought another Falcon flight. This time, though, he's going up. They're going to do what they call an EVA, which means they're going to go outside the capsule. They're actually going to go out and do a spacewalk on one mission. And the other mission he bought was a Starship mission when they get those going.
How about that?
And they actually separated the Starship and the booster yesterday. They don't know if they're just going to do testing or what, but I would seem to think that they're going to do testing on that booster because Musk and those guys haven't fired up all those engines at one time. So it's going to be interesting to see how they fire that thing up without anything sitting on top of it and hold it down. I mean, that launch pad's got a holder that'll hold it down and everything, and they're going to hold it down. But I don't know. It's going to be a lot of thrust that just even at an idle. So, and it's only probably going to be a couple of seconds. But they separated it yesterday and see what they do. I mean, they've got methane coming in right now to the facility, so they're either going to do some cryo testing or something with it, or else they're going to test the booster by itself without the full stack. So that's going to be left. You have to watch that. And what are you hearing about Ukraine? I'm hearing a lot of rumblings about this week.
That's the word. Yeah, I just shared where they're saying that Russia's put some of their stuff in attack positions and things. I mean, they're making it sound like it's coming. I don't know.
I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. Have you heard any more about China and Taiwan?
That I have not really. I don't know. Is China being quiet right now because the Olympics are going on? Is that maybe?
I'm thinking that's what's happening. Also, did you see the order that Trudeau and those guys pushed yesterday to stop the trucks at the borders?
Yeah, the Emergency Powers Act. Absolutely.
I seen their. I don't know if she was one of their deputy prime ministers or something like that, just like one of the under Trudeau. But I was watching Fox last night, that Fox Now, which is supposed to be raw footage and stuff. But she was saying that it costs $390 million a day for those trucks to be sitting on that border, and that's why they went to the circumstances that they went to get that done. And they said they were going to be, I guess, canceling their insurance. Any of the trucks that were out there were going to cancel their insurance.
Yeah,
they were going to tow them. And I mean, just some of the stuff they were talking about, I was like, oh, okay. Now, is that for just Canadian trucks? What if there's American trucks in there and they can't touch none of that, right?
I certainly wouldn't think they wouldn't have authority to do that. That's what the whole deal. I mean, they tried also freezing the Give, Send, Go account, just like the GoFundMe was withholding, but they're trying to freeze that account. But that company's based in the USA. I think they're based in Delaware. I don't know if they have the ability to do that or not.
I don't think they have the legal right to do that if it's based in the United States. I don't know though, but what you heard about, wasn't it Biden that got some money for the 9/11 families? He froze some accounts of the foreign guys over there. Did you hear about that?
That's not ringing a bell.
Yeah, there was an article that came out a couple of days ago about Joe Biden. There was one of the accounts that some of the terrorists had. I don't know if it was Al-Qaeda or one of them had a account. They froze their assets and they're giving the money back to the 9/11 families. And I only seen a little bit of it, so I don't know that much about it. You guys have more of the ability to look at what you need to look at.
Yeah,
than
I can
do, but
check into that.
Yeah, I heard that there was some money that was going to be going to the 9/11, the families of 9/11. So I don't know. They must have had some kind of fund or something, like, that we had seized or something. I don't know. I just don't know how other countries can freeze your accounts. It's kind of hard to. I'm not in the banking, so I don't know that aspect of the deal. But,
well, we do it all the time.
Pretty much all I got.
We do it all the time with foreign countries and things like that, and that's kind of what they're talking about, I guess, with sanctions on other countries and all that. But all right, Philip, I'm a little behind. I get my news break here, and more to come as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
If Russia invades Ukraine, there will be far-reaching sanctions. So says German President Olaf Scholz, who met with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Scholz pledged solidarity with Zelensky, saying Ukraine's sovereignty is non-negotiable. The meeting of the two leaders come as the West continues to use many diplomatic channels as possible to de-escalate tensions. Zelensky floated the possibility of dropping his country's goal of joining NATO. It's an issue at the heart of the conflict with Russia, and a reversal from Sunday when he said Ukraine would seek to join the alliance. Police in Albuquerque have arrested a man suspected of stabbing 11 people over the weekend as he rode a bicycle. 42-year-old Tobias Gutierrez has been charged with aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. The stabbings appear to have been committed at random. This is USA Radio News.
Yes, I'm so sorry about the wait, ma'am. I'll be with you shortly. Carrie, how many appointments did we book at 2:30?
Jin's physical therapy clinic is pretty stretched. He needs another PT before patients get bent out of shape.
Can you get a fresh ice pack in Miss Davis's knee?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You need an accurate thermometer to check for fever, a potential sign of flu or COVID. Be vigilant and contact your medical provider at the first sign of fever. Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer has been proven accurate in more than 100 clinical studies. Exergen Temporal Scanners are available at Walmart and other fine retailers. Learn more at Exergen.com. That's EXERGEN.com. Exergen is changing the way the world takes temperature.
The law has been on Canada's books since the late 80s, but it's being used for the first time ever.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says he will invoke emergency measures for the first time to give his Liberal government extraordinary powers in trying to end demonstrations against COVID-19 vaccine mandates that have paralyzed the capital, Ottawa, and continue to block some cross-border traffic. Trucker Mike Johnson is part of the protest.
I'm not going anywhere. Whatever, I made some phone calls and I rearranged my life, and me and most of these other men here and some women too, we're resolved, man. We're not going anywhere.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The accounting firm Mazars is cutting ties with former President Donald Trump and his company, the Trump Organization. The notification became public in a court filing as part of a New York State investigation. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Right now, people are home with their pets more often, and I think now, especially with the shedding, they're more cognizant of what's going on and that it's an actual issue, and Dynavite has helped tremendously in our house with that.
I just heard the Dynavite commercial so many times, I said, you know what, I'll give it a shot, and I ordered it and tried it, and it worked.
The Dynavite, the being at home, working with them, they all love it. Me and Chewy are together 24/7.
Within 3 weeks, he's not scratching and itching, and he's an all-around happier dog.
DINOVITE.com.
On Wall Street Monday, the Dow lost 172 points, the Nasdaq lost a fraction, and the S&P 500 was off about 17 points. Enrollment in Catholic schools in the country rose nearly 4%, rebounding from a sharp drop caused by the pandemic. The National Catholic Educational Association says nationwide enrollment increased to about 1.68 million students. The first increase in 2 decades, the largest jump recorded in at least 5 decades. The annual report said the Catholic school community were optimistic when schools returned to in-person classes this fall, as many did during the previous year, but they continue to face challenges as they cope with the pandemic. Opening arguments have begun in the federal hate crimes trial of the 3 Georgia men charged in connection with the death of Ahmaud Arbery. The black jogger, whose 2020 shooting fueled protests and calls for racial justice. Travis McMichael, his father Greg McMichael, and their neighbor William Roddy Bryant have been sentenced to life in prison following a state murder trial. The federal trial will focus on whether race was a motivating factor in Arbery's killing. Less than 1% of New York City's municipal workforce was canned for failing to comply with the city's vaccine mandate. It happened Friday. The more than 1,400 city workers fired likely represents the largest mass termination of municipal employees in response to a vaccine mandate. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Yeah, Santa Claus chiming in via email. He said, I was in L.A. earlier on Monday, and even some of the local sports stations were kind of wondering if the referees were a bit blind on a few calls. They might have changed the game's outcome. And yeah, the crucial one was the false start that L.A. committed that they didn't get called for that led to that. I think that was the third down. It would have probably forced them to have to kick a field goal rather than getting the touchdown. But rather than calling L.A. for the false start, Bengals got a holding call? I mean, anyway, half the distance at the goal, an automatic first down. I mean, that could have that could have been the game changer right there. Hello to the Dipsy driver. Finally did the oil change on my 2013 GMC. Put in the stick shit eliminator and gasoline extreme. And after about 50 miles, started to notice I didn't even have to put the pedal to the metal to get up to speed on the freeway. But now that all the engine noise is about 80% less, it kind of sounds like my muffler's going bad. Anyway, hoping to get at least another $140,000 out of this little four-cylinder. Thank you much for the first-time caller code. I also have a 2018 Terrain, and I'll be ordering some more of the FR3. It's only got about 40,000 miles on it, but just wanted to pass that along. Great product. Love the testimonials there. Thank you from the Dipsy driver. And one other tidbit in regards to the crazy automobile market, the prices they're paying. Yeah, Santa says, I understand that some dealers are adding a surcharge to the MSRP on new cars. But here in Northern California, finding a dealer that'll sell for at or below MSRP is not a problem. My local Ram dealer near Sacramento is taking $9,000 off the manufacturer's suggested retail price. Very interesting. Wow. Okay, they're in Northern California. Dimebag Denny's on the line. Hello, what's going on, Dimebag?
Good morning there, Petey. I hope you're doing well this morning. Did you watch the kickball game yesterday?
The kickball, yeah, I did. I did tune into that. Indeed, I did. I was kind of disappointed in the outcome.
I really thought that the Cincinnati Buffaloes would easily whip the Los Angeles Heathens, but I didn't, did they? It was so disappointing. I thought the score for sure would be 99 to 101 at least, but they were nowhere near that. So that was disappointing. You'll have that sometimes. You know, when I was a young man back in the day, when I was just a pup, I used to play dodgeball myself. And me and Johnny Greenbush, we used to kick the ball so hard that the other boys couldn't catch it. So we were pretty good back in them days. But anyway, I watched the game from the front to the beginning. And I have to tell you about the 7th inning stretch, I was getting a little bored because I thought for sure that the score's going to be at least, like I said, a lot more than what it was. But I like the way that one guy, he threw the ball, and the one fella jumped up, and he caught it, and he dunked it right afterwards. I thought that was a guy. I had never seen that before.
He dunked it.
You remember that play?
I don't remember that one, no.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we were watching the same game.
Well, we hadn't been there, Rooster. I'm sure that was the same one, but anyway, I had too many snacks, and I got the Hershey squirts from it. Don't tell nobody. Now we've got doctors and lawyers and pen pushers and drug dealers and truck drivers, of course, on this show. So I don't want to be gross about it, but I had nachos and Doritos and Twinkies.
Oh, Twinkies.
And I even had M&Ms. And all that ramen noodles, of course, and Totino's pizza rolls. Well, anyway, all that concoction stirred up in my lower abdomen. You know what happens then?
Yeah.
It's not good. It's not good. But Willie, I want to I haven't called you for a while because I haven't figured out how this works. But someone told me to go get my record punched. And I got a record out, and I was sponging it, and I don't see where it makes a difference on my criminal record. Almost there. So I've been trying to sponge it, and nothing's happening.
Expunge.
That's why I have not called for a long time.
They were talking about expunging your record, not sponging your record.
Oh, well, I'll Google that and see if I can come up with a better solution to it.
Yeah.
But on to business now. Since it is that time of the month again, rent's due. But also, we are in February. We need to go over your past month sins. Your past month.
My report card. It's time for my report card.
Yes, your report card. So what we've come up with is, as usual, you've done a stellar job. Ricky, we're so proud of you. You've won a free trip this time. And we wanted to send you to the kickball championship in Cincinnati yesterday, but we didn't have the funds for it.
Well, yeah, very expensive.
So what we've done, we have a better alternative solution. There's some boys playing down there behind the elementary school there in Covington, right about 4:30, 5 o'clock before their mama calls them home for dinner. So you and Lisa are going to be sitting down there, and you're going to get to play kickball with the boys.
Oh, boy.
And won't that be exciting? And we're going to send you with a sack lunch of potato salad and hot dogs. And we look forward to a progress report. Now, it's going to cost money, Mr. Chicken Looper.
Are you looking for what, a credit card?
Well, we never charge you. We never ever charge you, Willie. So what we do is we keep your credit card on file. So what is your credit card number?
What is my credit card number? Okay, hold on. Let me get it out for you here. And we'll be right back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, back at it here on a Tuesday morning. Hope you had a good weekend. Happy Valentine's Day, all that good stuff. Monkey gals are all juiced up about the Daytona 500. It's just around the corner. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Good morning, Rambler.
Well, praise God, Steve, and from Timbuktu to Kalamazoo and every city in between, we got Steve Sommers pumping out audio gold from the secret bunker in the town of Cincinnati. Hallelujah. Thank you for taking my call, my dear brother, and I'm glad to hear from you tonight, Steve Sommers. I got to know, did you and Lisa celebrate Valentine's Day on Sunday, or did you do the flowers and candies on Monday?
We all went out for dinner on Friday night, and it wasn't a cheap one either.
Oh.
Then I got her some orange roses for the Bengals for our centerpiece for the game on Sunday. And I told her after I bought those orange roses, I said, those are your Valentine's roses. So killing two birds with one stone.
Yeah, I imagine after that game, you wanted to take those orange roses out there and smash them up against the house, but the Bengals lost.
Yep.
Yeah, well, you should have got her some red roses to represent the Alabama Crimson Tide. That would have been a lot better. But hey, it's all right. It's the thought that counts, sir. Mrs. Rambler got Russell Stover's candy, and she got some flowers from Mr. Rambler, so we got that going on today. Well, yesterday on Valentine's Day, but I didn't watch the toilet bowl. I mean the Super Bowl. I didn't watch a bit of it. As far as a halftime show, I'd rather just take a straw and blow bubbles in a toilet than watch anything any of them heathens have to say or do. They want to take a bow. They want to take a bow to Baal and Beelzebub, but they don't want to bow to the great I am that I am. But do they realize that in the end, when everything is said and done, the Word of God says that every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess
that Jesus Christ is Lord. You know, also what happened during the toilet bowl game, the Super Bowl game, is that somebody took the notion to try to hack my bank account, for real.
Really?
That's me not making it up. And yeah, really. I bank with Wells Fargo. And apparently there was a massive breach. And I tried, Wells Fargo stopped it. They didn't get a dime out of me. Thank the good Lord. But yeah, and they tried to hack the church account, tried to hack my account. And I just sat there and laughed. And, you know, Lord brought it to my remembrance of what 2 Thessalonians chapter 3, verse 10 says. Steve, you know what that says? You know what that means? 2 Thessalonians chapter 3, verse 10. You know what that means?
Not off the top of my head, no.
That plainly says, for even when we were with you, this we command you, that if anyone would not work, neither shall he eat. You know, you take these common criminals that try to hack my account and so many others' account, and one's going out robbing and stealing. You know, if they would put half the effort into a job and being a productive citizen as they would trying to hurt and damage people's lives, you know, they'd be so much better off in this world today, you know. But, shoot, you know, it'd be nice if this crooked government would just say, hey, you know what, for the ones who don't deserve it. Now, there's a lot of people out there who are disabled, and by ways and means they can't work. They're single mothers that they deserve welfare. They deserve food stamps. Man, I'm glad to pay my income taxes to support those people. But for the people who just want to just lounge around, smoke dope, play video games, listening to the Jimi Hendrix and to the Kurt Cobains and all that ungodly rock and roll stuff, and just don't want to do nothing but collect from the government, if they had everything taken away from them and learn how to get out there and work, you know, like this driver shortage, clean up the driving record, get a CDL, or get out there and try and work to earn their meal. I guarantee you have a lot of folks working then, but when you got calling the president, he's a puppet up there, wanting to give, and the people who really just don't deserve it, you're not going to have it. So, but you know, we preached a good message this past Sunday, Determined Ministries Church, like I said, and I want to just thank all of the listeners who have found us. Man, I really appreciate it. I thank you so much for tuning in and giving us a shot. You know, we brought a message, Steve. The title was, Are You Being Fed? And it was, the Lord was dealing with people who are going to churches that you're not growing. You know, you got a man or woman behind the pulpit and, you know, they're not called by God to do this, you know, and so, and I just want to implore you, if you're in that position, and I'm not telling you to go find a Determined Ministries church, and I'm not trying to persuade you to come over to our church, but if you're in a church where you're not spiritually growing, then it's time to go ahead and leave and find you a church to where you can get the Word of God. You can get the bread that Jesus Christ gives. You can get the fish that He gives, the meat of the gospel, instead of sitting around and just not growing spiritually. But that was the title of the message, and like I said, I can't thank everybody enough for just giving us a shot and giving us a chance. I want to remind folks to please keep praying for Mercedes Cantrell. That young lady, she desperately needs our prayers. I believe God's going to turn it around. I believe this young lady, Steve, is going to have one heck of a testimony to give when she gets fully well and better. I believe God started the healing process for this young lady. We got several others, just to name a few. Pauline Jett, she's sick. She needs prayers. And my good friend, Big Lurch, just lost his sister to COVID. So there's a lot of people need prayer and everything like that. And before I get off here, I know we're running up against the clock. I want to tell you right now, and I mean this from the sincerely bottom of my heart, to be a man of God, be called to preach, you got to have love in your heart. You got to be able to love your congregation. You got to be able to love people. And if you can't love people, then you don't need to be doing this. And if you can't love people, you need to get to on your knees to the great I am, and learn how to love people. Because if you can't love people as Christ loved people, then what kind of person are you presenting yourself? So I'm going to tell you right now, I don't care what you think about me. I can give 2 hoots less. But I'm going to tell you that there's a lot of people that has not been told I love you in a long time. You're going to hear it from this old preacher that I love you. And I want you to know that you have a church, with Determined Ministries Church, you have a program and a host named Steve Sommers that cares about you. And I want you to tune in to this program. And I would like for you to make it your only news source. And hey, Steve, there's a lot of people who make your show their only news source. And I want you to keep on coming in to Steve Sommers, and I want you to keep on coming into Determined Ministries Church, where you're going to find a preacher that does love you and does care. And remember this, God's children, love is just not a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, then I know Brother Rambler can love you, and I know I do. Steve, God bless you, my friend. I'm glad you had a great time with you and the missus. I'm sorry about your Bengals, but hey, you got a good quarterback in Joe Burrow. I think that they'll get it done next year. God bless you, brother. I love you. Thank you for taking my call. We'll get you on the flip side.
Thank you, Rambler. Be safe out there, rolling up and down the highways, moving that freight as well. All right, 29 past the hour. Under the industry headlines, the Ohio House passing a bill that would give employers a $25,000 tax credit for training new truck drivers if it passes the Senate. House Bill 197 passed the House 97-0 last week, and it is backed by both trucking and business organizations, according to the Center Square. Representative Reggie Stolzfus says, I'm a small business owner, and the hardest position to fill in my company has always been a CDL truck driver because they're in such great demand. After getting frustrated because I couldn't find drivers, I started training current employees to be drivers on my dime. Having trained several employees on my own, I know what a huge expense this can be to a company. The potential tax breaks would reportedly be temporary and capped at $1.5 million annually. It would also apply to truck driver training that began January 1st of this year and later. All right, the lack of truck drivers is a problem sweeping the nation. Unfortunately, many states, including Ohio, do not have adequate support established to individuals to overcome the financial barriers when trying to become a commercial vehicle driver. Edwin Nagel, chair of the Ohio Trucking Association and president of Nagel Companies, said, once again, the COVID pandemic has shown just how important the trucking industry is to our daily lives. And coming up, it's been that time of year. As winter wears on, potholes becoming more and more problematic all over the country. Got the top 10 states for you. Who's got the biggest pothole problems out there? Having not read through the list, I'm thinking, based on my little journey from northwest Georgia back to Cincinnati and southwest Ohio about a week ago, I suspect Kentucky should be on that list. It was bad. I know of course, they had just come through an ice storm and the plows had been out, and it was a real mess trying to get that ice off the asphalt. And I'm sure that tore a bunch of stuff up. But with that, we get our news break here, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
If Russia invades Ukraine, there will be far-reaching sanctions. So says German President Olaf Scholz, who met with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Scholz pledged solidarity with Zelensky, saying Ukraine's sovereignty is non-negotiable. The meeting of the two leaders come as the West continues to use many diplomatic channels as possible to de-escalate tensions. Zelensky floated the possibility of dropping his country's goal of joining NATO. It's an issue at the heart of the conflict with Russia, and a reversal from Sunday when he said Ukraine would seek to join the alliance. Police in Albuquerque have arrested a man suspected of stabbing 11 people over the weekend as he rode a bicycle. 42-year-old Tobias Gutierrez has been charged with aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. The stabbings appeared to have been committed at random. This is USA Radio News.
LifeCare provides valuable whole life insurance to cover final expenses such as medical bills, burial costs, and unpaid debt. A final expense insurance policy is fast, easy, affordable life insurance that's available to anyone between the ages of 50 and 80. No medical exams, no lengthy questionnaires, and no waiting period. The application process is quick and easy. You can even apply without having to undergo a medical examination. Just answer a few questions and we'll do the rest. With the average funeral cost skyrocketing to $11,000 and Social Security only paying $255, you need simple, affordable peace of mind for you and your whole family. Don't leave behind unpaid expenses that, if left unattended, will burden your family tremendously. Benefits include a guaranteed premium that will never increase, a guaranteed cash value, and a guaranteed death benefit that can never decrease. To find out how you can get final expense insurance with a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, call LifeCare at 800-916-3594, 800-916-3594, 800-916-3594.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, we find ourselves in the secret bunker this Tuesday morning, closing out Valentine's Day. All right, I got an email from the Big Moose about an hour ago. He says, hey, Steve, you may or may not know Hillbilly Tex's birthday is coming up on March the 6th. Now, he really enjoys getting cards for Christmas and whatnot. So what do you say, let's put this out to the masses and make this a poster year for Tex? Everyone would just take a few minutes, drop a card or a note in the mail for Tex. It would be greatly appreciated. He mans the telephone day and night, really helps a lot of drivers stay awake going down the road. So let's show him how much we appreciate him. Okay, if you got your crayons handy, Tex Parks, that's his name, Tex Parks, 615 Bond Street, B-O-N, 615 Bond Street, Lenore City, Tennessee. That's right off exit 81 on the 75, where he's waving a hand every night. Okay, so Lenore City, Tennessee, zip code 37771. 37771. Happy early birthday, Tex. Good morning, Gilligan.
Hello, good morning, Steve. Thanks for having me back. For a quick side note, have you heard from Lugnut Louie this morning? I missed part of the show. I'm looking back and listen to it.
I heard from Dimebag. I think Lugnut's on hold. He's coming up next. Why? Why did you ask?
Oh, okay. Well, maybe he got out of jail. I heard he got arrested for indecent mustard exposure in Kentucky. That's what I heard. I don't know. Anyway, you was talking about how these new car prices are going crazy. I was at the local Dodge dealer there Sunday looking around. They had one of the new Grand Cherokees. And this was one of the lower models because it was only $78,000. They had one on the showroom floor a while back that was over like almost $120,000. Had a $5,000 markup over the sticker price on that. Well, it was Grand Wagoneer, not the Cherokee. But yeah, I was looking at the Dodge pickups. They did not have any new 2500s. They had, I think, a couple Ram 1500s. But they had about 5, I think it was, 25 to 3500. None of them were dualies. And the cheapest one had 84,000 miles. It was a 2018. And they wanted $40,000.
Wow.
That truck I was pricing was roughly less than $50,000 new just about 2 years ago. That's how these prices have went outrageous. They're wanting as much now for a 2018 or more than what they were selling for new. It's 40, 45, 50, and I don't get it. I know there's a shortage. A friend of mine ordered a new Ram pickup, and it's sitting at a rail yard. He ended up not buying the Ram because the fun to find out it did not have the towing capacity he wanted. But he found out the camper he bought was, well, that was the one I was telling you about, the 42-foot 9-inch. It was 16,000 pounds. Come to find out the Ram, they only had a 15,000 pound towing capacity, but the Ford had more. Yeah, and it's sitting in a rail yard. I wonder how many of these trucks are also sitting around like it is, and they're not getting them in and kind of causing a shortage, but an intentional shortage. You get what I mean? They're withholding
Sure.
to jack the prices up. You know, just a thought. You know. Well, anyway, that's about all I got, Steve. Yeah, hopefully, Lugnut Louie is not hitting that stuff Dimebag Eddie was hitting there a whole while ago. I don't know. There's something wrong with that boy, don't you think?
He's ate up, yes.
You have a good one, Steve. Thanks.
Thank you, Gilligan. All right, so according to the online insurance company Quote Wizard, yeah, they recently used like Google search statistics going all the way back to 2004 to rank the cities and the states with the most pothole-related complaints. If you weren't with us, I mentioned as I was making the journey back from northwest Georgia to Cincinnati right after the big ice storm last week. Yeah, coming through Kentucky. I can't remember exactly. I think it was right about the 168-mile marker there. Potholes in the center lane. 3 lanes of traffic there. In the center lane, though, was, I slammed a pothole. They come up on you so quick you don't see it. And I thought to myself, man, that could give you a flat tire. And I look just ahead on the right-hand side. There's one car after another. There was at least a half dozen right there, all sitting there with either a left front flat or, in some cases, both left side tires flat. Big pothole. So let's start with, since there was a tie for number 10, New York and Pennsylvania, states with the worst pothole problems. Number 8, I guess that would be, because they were tied. 10-9, we'll say. 8 is Tennessee, 7, Illinois, 6, Massachusetts, 5, Ohio, number 4, Nebraska, number 3, Michigan, number 2, Indiana, number 1, states with the worst pothole problems, Washington State. Yeah, pretty wild. So Kentucky wasn't even in the mix. I mean, if Kentucky's not even in the top 10, things must be pretty darn bad in Washington State. Indiana, though, at number 2. It's like the entire region here. Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Tennessee, all in the mix there. And one other quick tidbit. Last Friday, Love's Travel Centers announcing the opening of 2 locations, one in Ohio, one in New Mexico. Yeah, the new Love stores, North Canton, Ohio, and Santa Teresa, New Mexico. Amenities there in North Canton, Ohio, a 13,000 square foot facility. Got a Hardee's that will open March 7. 70 truck parking spaces. 9 diesel bays, 8 showers, laundry, cat scales, a Speedco that will open in March as well. And the dog park, the Santa Teresa, New Mexico location, same size. They'll have a Chester's Chicken, Godfather's Pizza, and a Subway opening February 15th. 86 truck parking spaces, 8 diesel bays, 6 showers, laundry, cat scales, and your doggy park. So little by little, finding a few additional places to park around the country with Love's 2 new locations. Meanwhile, to Lugnut Louie, what's going on?
Well, good morning, Bill. It's just great to be here. It's better than Christmas, and I'm delighted to be here. Now, we don't engage in social misfits and rumors and things like that, as the previous caller had called in, Neil Billigan. But I will say this. He mentioned one thing that he had a friend or friends or something along that line, but I'm here to dispute that. I know for a fact that he doesn't have any friends. In fact, we were talking about sending Mr. Parker, Tex Parker, some Christmas birthday cards. I vote that we send some cards to the Whitfield Correctional Institute, and maybe we can get Hillbilly and some friends, because that's where he's stationed at for the time being. But Mr. Hickenlooper, the reason I'm calling is I have a very important announcement to make. As your executive producer, we have decided to send you to the Mid-America Truck Show. In fact, we have a crew up there right now as we speak that are constructing a beautiful, elaborate booth for you and the crew. And we're just so delighted that we can send you there. We're going to be passing out candy, popcorn, and all kinds of goodies for all the drivers and people that come through. I will be there. Of course, Denny will be there, and no doubt Flyrod will be there. I think he's going to drive us up, but we'll be there in the booth with you the entire time, supervising, managing, correlating, administrating. So we look forward to it. Steve, congratulations. This is a monumental moment in your life. I know, but you've deserved it. You've worked hard for it. And we're just so happy that we can send you there. And we're just so proud of you. So proud of you indeed, Fred.
I can't wait to tell the princess. I mean, she'll probably be speechless.
I'm sure she will. Now, Frank, do you have any special needs that we need to put in the booth for you? Are you like gluten-free or tax-free or anything like that we need to look forward to? We want to make sure you're comfortable since you're a big Hollywood star now. I believe Monkey Gouser will be in the booth with you at some point. I think Big Fred's coming. I know the Big Goose will be there. There's going to be many, many of us there, and we want to make sure you're comfortable. If you have any special dietary needs, like if you need any extra corn or Wheaties, whatever you need, you just let us know. We're there to serve you, protect you, and edify you.
Yeah, boy, that's I like red meat and Miller Lite.
Okay, well, we will do what we can with that, but I just wanted to make the big announcement. As your self-proclaimed executive producer, I have the authority to push this pin forward. And I'm just so excited that we're going to be there with you. And congratulations, Steve. This is such a luxurious award that you have earned.
Yeah, I hear you.
And we're just so proud of you. And this time we're not going to ask you for a credit card because we're going to flip the bill on this one.
How about
but
that?
That's all I wanted to give the big announcement. And you make sure you can start making this announcement on the show effective immediately. Congratulations, Mr. Frank.
Well, you're more than welcome, Lugnut. If it's free, it's for me. There you go. That's something we can all be excited. The anticipation. Hey, boy. And we'll return into, hey, by the way, a line's available. Rick got you coming up next. Hang in there. After which, free lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.com. My
mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, welcome back here. Promise we'd get to Rick, who's been hanging in there, patiently waiting. Morning, Rick. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve. How are you?
Doing well. How about those Bengals?
Oh, I know. Yesterday was a sad morning.
Right.
I just wanted to call and say long-time listener, first-time caller. I listen to you every morning on my way from Monroe to northern Indiana. I just wanted to say, appreciate you. You keep me awake, and I enjoy the cast of characters.
That's great. So long-time listener. Why did it take you so long to call, Rick?
Well, because I'm not like a big trucker. I just drive a box truck from Monroe to Indiana, and just nervous about calling.
Okay. Well, I got your number down here to get you a first-time caller code, all right? Are you
Well, I appreciate that.
Obviously, you're familiar with the Hot Shot Secret products, and if you don't have your own diesel truck,
oh, yeah,
you've got
most definitely.
Okay. So we'll hook you up with a code valued $60.
All right, I appreciate that, sir. Thank you, and I appreciate what you do, keeping me awake every morning.
And I appreciate you tuning in, because I couldn't be here without listeners, that's for sure.
Well, I listen every morning, and there's some other guys where I work at that listen every day as well, so.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Rick. And be safe out there about 6 before the hour. All right, so we've got clear lines for the first time in several hours at 844-3388. Kind of surprised we haven't heard from Extreme Propane Weather Chaser 1. You must have a night off. Maybe he partied too hard for Valentine's Day. Right? Of course, remember in the cryptocurrency world, I think there's more than 4,000 and maybe even a much greater number than that, various cryptocurrencies in existence today. Something new pops up every day. But recall when the Let's Go Brandon theme, which still garners plenty of attention. I get people on the chat board every morning to end their comments with "Let's go Brandon." Yeah, this was the Ethereum cryptocurrency. It appears it has fallen on tough times, so much so that the value of all 330 trillion coins totals just a few $1,000s combined. According to the trading sites CoinMarketCap and Crypto, it is a far cry from when the pro-Trump investors, thinking they may be able to strike it rich in the ever-complex world of crypto, that represents a 99.5% decline over the last 30 days, which leaves a singular Let's Go Brandon coin effectively worthless. I guess worth about the same amount as high-tech's trucker coin these days. Now, at the end of the year, the coin carrying the saying, Let's Go Brandon, spiked in value after it received a boost from the D-list Trump world acolytes and found itself being promoted. It was going to be on the NASCAR driver Brandon Brown's race car. Recall? Brandon Brown, the driver who was interviewed after winning the Xfinity Series race at Talladega, with the crowd in the background saying the Joe Biden thing. And during the interview, the interviewer says, "Oh, they're saying, 'Let's go, Brandon. They love you. Let's go, Brandon.'" That's where it went viral. Now, a month prior, the slogan found its legs, as I just mentioned there, at Talladega. From that point forward, it's become a pro-Trump rallying cry from the likes of Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis, who began using the term the Brandon administration, Senator Ted Cruz touting the secretly crude anti-Biden phrase. Trump world quickly got hooked on saying, "Let's go, Brandon," in public everywhere. Well, that led to this enterprising group of crypto enthusiasts seizing on the moment, creating their own cryptocurrency and attempting to sponsor the race team for NASCAR, which got shot to you-know-what. Those dreams vaporized last month when NASCAR abruptly intervened, declaring that they would not allow the sponsorship deal to go through, despite supposedly having prior approval from a company employee. But 99.5% decline in value. And I don't know why they had so many of these coins. 330, it's not billion, it's 330 trillion coins. Good golly. But if the deal had gone through and the Let's Go Brandon NASCAR were to be on the track, say, coming up this week in Daytona, it very well could have been a thriving cryptocurrency, but you have to have investors. I guess as the numbers were dropping, everybody jumped ship, sold their coins, got out, and that's where it stands today, essentially worthless. But isn't that what they tell us about all cryptocurrencies? It's a risky investment. Do not invest money that you cannot afford to lose, because you could very well lose everything, which pretty much sounds like everyone that put whatever they put into the Let's Go Brandon coins, it's gone. And we'll return for our final hour just ahead. Plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has evoked that country's Emergencies Act. The law gives Canada's federal government substantial short-term powers to deal with a crisis. It's decades old, but has never been used before. The crisis? Protests that have extended for a third week in Ottawa over COVID-19 restrictions. Trudeau says invoking the act will help get things under control.
The police will be given more tools to restore order in places where public assemblies can constitute illegal and dangerous activities, such as blockades and occupations, as seen in Ottawa, the Ambassador Bridge, and elsewhere.
The Ambassador Bridge connecting Windsor, Ontario to Detroit on the U.S. side reopened Monday after a convoy of truckers blocked the busiest border crossing between America and Canada. Dow closed down 172 points. This is USA Radio News.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, you may qualify for a free continuous glucose monitor system. Managing your diabetes is crucial to your health. The new CGM systems can automatically manage your diabetes better for you. And by using a CGM system, you can eliminate forever one thing most people with diabetes hate the most: finger sticks. Now it's possible to manage your diabetes better, end the painful finger sticks, and get a new CGM monitoring system at little or no cost to you. We even provide in-home delivery and do all the insurance paperwork for you. Now is the best time to manage your diabetes better and get your continuous glucose monitor. Call now for details. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. That's 800-396-0150.
Russia says it is open to more talks as the U.S. and allies hope to avert a crisis in Ukraine. The Biden administration still believes that an invasion can happen any day now, Well more than 100,000 Russian troops are at the border, according to sources. The Kremlin denies that it has any plans to invade its neighbor, but it wants guarantees that Ukraine and other former Soviet countries won't be allowed in NATO. The U.S. not taking any chances, evacuating almost all of its staff from the embassy in Kyiv and telling any remaining Americans in Ukraine to get out of the country. Enrollment in Catholic schools across the country rose nearly 4%, rebounding from a sharp drop caused by the pandemic. The National Catholic Educational Association says it's the first increase in 2 decades and the largest jump recorded in at least 5 decades. The Dow lost 172 points on Monday. The NASDAQ and S&P 500 also lost ground. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
A federal judge says he'll dismiss a libel lawsuit that former Alaska Governor Sarah Palin filed against the New York Times. She claimed that the paper damaged her reputation with an editorial falsely linking her campaign rhetoric to a mass shooting. U.S. District Judge Jed Rakoff said Palin failed to show that the Times acted out of malice, something required in libel lawsuits involving public figures. The judge said he'll let jury deliberations continue in case his decision is appealed, and that he'll formally enter the judgment when the trial ends. No decision was reached by the jury on Monday. They're set to resume on Tuesday. We have new photos from space.
NASA has published some of the first recognizable photos taken from the James Webb Space Telescope. After a 30-day voyage from the launch pad in French Guiana to an operational orbit about 1 million miles from Earth, it spent weeks maneuvering, orientating, and deploying hundreds of mechanical parts. The telescope has finally unveiled its first image from space, including an unexpectedly recognizable view of its vast primary mirror, or what the kids would call a selfie. From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Here in New York, more than 1,400 city workers were fired Friday for failing to comply with its vaccine mandate. That represents less than 1% of New York City's workforce, but it's likely the largest mass termination of municipal employees in response to a COVID vaccine mandate. More news at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Sharing the stories that kind of make you scratch your head and say, how is that possible? How many times have we been told that outside players, whether it be criminals in the U.S., foreign countries, China, Russia, you name it, North Korea, they have no access to voting machines. There's no way to hack into the voting machines. There's no internet access. They tell us that all the time, right? Headline reads, Biden administration urges court not to allow the release of secret report on Dominion voting machines. Top officials at U.S. Federal Cybersecurity Agency urging the judge do not authorize at this time the release of the report that analyzes Dominion voting equipment in the state of Georgia, arguing that doing so would assist hackers trying to undermine election security. Everywhere they've done investigations, Georgia, Arizona, you name it. Do they not consistently stick to the narrative? They are not accessible by outside players. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency recently provided an unredacted copy of the report, which was prepared by the director of the University of Michigan Center for Computer Security and Society. The report discusses potential vulnerabilities in Dominion's ImageCast X ballot marking devices or electronic voting devices, according to the government. While CISA supports public disclosure of any vulnerabilities and associated mitigation measures with electronic equipment, allowing the release of the report at this point increases the risk that malicious actors may be able to exploit any vulnerabilities and threaten election security. So says government lawyers in their February 10th filing. Now, this case was brought in 2017 by good government groups and voters who say the lack of paper ballots undermines the voting process. The district judge, who was actually an Obama nominee, oversaw the case and urged by CISA to reject attempts to release a redacted version of the report. Officials want to review the information and help Dominion resolve the vulnerabilities identified by the report before it is released. They said, well, we can't give you a date when we'll be finished. So they have to weigh the request against the wishes of Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and one of the defendants who called in late January for the release to happen immediately. Now, Dominion's chief executive officer said in a statement released by Raffensperger's office that this review lacked a holistic approach, adding that Dominion supports all efforts to bring real facts and evidence forward to defend the integrity of our machines and the credibility of Georgia's elections. Anyway, the plaintiffs said in a filing before a copy was sent to CISA that the agency should get a copy and begin its evaluation process, but the evaluation should not unreasonably delay the public disclosure of the report, which must be promptly disclosed to Georgia state and county election officials and filed on the public docket so that public officials can secure the upcoming May primary elections. So in other words, you're pretty much admitting the fact that, hey, you know, there are vulnerabilities, and if we release this information publicly, that those vulnerabilities can be exploited by outside players, which obviously means outside players could have already exploited such vulnerabilities because they do exist. Will we ever get the truth? All right, plenty of room for you. I got a final hour yet to fill here. It's 844-844-3388. What's happening with the blind man this morning?
Well, a friend and I are trying to get in touch with a Baltimore station to get you on to replace the flying saucer show. I'm just getting tired of it, and I want to hear you on the radio again. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that this friend can get in touch with the station, and then you'll be on in the Baltimore area.
Well, that would be nice.
Yeah. Also, I'm urging all the truckers to call in the talk shows now and explain to the general public how important you guys really are. I told one neighbor, everything you got in your house itself, came from a truck. So I'm doing my little bit to support the truckers. It's not much, but at least I'm trying to help. And I appreciate talking to Chevy Guy and all the other truckers that I have phone numbers for. Oh, Chevy Guy told another very bad pun.
Oh, yeah?
He didn't hear me. Yeah, he didn't hear me correctly. I was telling him that I was going to take my best girl to the Outback Steakhouse for Valentine's dinner, and he thought I said I was going to take her out back, and he said, "Shame on you."
That's good.
Yeah. But anyhow, I'm really worried about what's going on up in Canada. It looks like Justin Trudeau is going to lower the boom, and this convoy is going to, this demonstration is probably going to come to an end. And I just want the truckers up there. I'm with you. Everybody else is with you. Keep doing what you're doing. And I hope there's going to be an American version of the convoy. And I always say, let's call it America First Convoy.
All right. Well, they gave it an official name already, but they didn't use your recommendation. But I do have kind of the latest in regards to that. Now, even mainstream media is kind of talking or discussing about a U.S. convoy coming together in early March. Let me see who we got. There's a good left-leaning source, NBC. There's growing momentum in the U.S. anti-vaccination community. They should put the word mandate there. Now, these people are not anti-vaccine. They're anti-vaccine mandate. But they left that word out conveniently. To conduct rallies similar to Canada's Freedom Rally. Now, some groups that have promoted American trucker convoys similar to what has clogged roads in Ottawa are being run by fake accounts tied to the content mills in other countries such as Vietnam, Bangladesh, Romania, and several other countries, according to Facebook officials on Friday. The groups have popped up as extremism researchers have begun to warn that many anti-vaccine and conspiracy-driven communities in the U.S. are quickly pivoting to embrace and promote the idea of disruptive convoys. All right, many of these groups have changed names multiple times, going from those that kind of tap hot-button political issues such as support for former President Trump or opposition to vaccine mandates to names with keywords like trucker, freedom, and convoy. Now, Facebook allows groups on their platform to change names, but they do track the changes in each page's About section. Now, they say the motivation behind the content mills are not clear. Well, I would suggest the content mills are probably waiting for the opportunity to start maybe doing some fundraisers. That's what that's all about. Make your donation right here through our page. That kind of thing. All right, voicing opposition to mandates is not against Meta's policy. That's the new name for Facebook. However, we have removed multiple groups and pages for repeatedly violating our policies, prohibiting QAnon content, and those run by spammers in different countries around the world. We continue to monitor the situation and take action. Yeah, I don't know where the whole QAnon thing came up, but somehow there was a tie to QAnon on the original Truckers Convoy Facebook page, which they removed when it had like 90-some thousand members. All right, with that, we got clear line, 17 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, on a Tuesday morning, jump on in at 844-844-3388. Oh, look out for the bird flu. Health officials announcing this past day they've detected a strain of bird flu in Kentucky and Virginia after the destruction of around 30,000 turkeys on an Indiana farm. According to The Hill, the Department of Agriculture's Inspection Service noted that no human cases have been detected so far. But yesterday they did release a statement detailing the highly pathogenic avian influenza has been detected in birds in 2 states, a flock of commercial broiler chickens in Fulton County, Kentucky, and a backyard flock of mixed species birds in Fauquier County, Virginia. Now, the service went on to mention the chickens will be quarantined and killed. We're working closely with state animal health officials in Kentucky and Virginia on joint incident responses. State officials have quarantined the affected premises. Birds on the properties will be depopulated to prevent the spread of the disease. Apparently, the depopulation is complete there in Virginia. And they do point out birds from these flocks will not enter the food system. But according to the CDC, they said the avian influenza detections pose no public health concerns, no concern at this point in time. But we've seen outbreaks of avian flu, and you have to watch very closely, and that's what they're going to be trying to track. Where you'll have a truck maybe pick up a load of chickens at a facility there in Kentucky. And maybe then they'll unload that and go to another farm, which they could potentially be carrying the avian flu on the tires of the truck and whatnot and take it to another location. Yeah, we've seen outbreaks like this in China that's led to literally millions of birds having to be euthanized, destroyed, to try to stop the spread of the avian flu. So I'm sure they've got the flags up and they're watching very closely and trying to, I guess, backtrack where anyone has been. And sometimes it gets so bad where even an individual who has been to a location on foot or whatever, they want to find them to make sure they didn't go to another location where birds would be in place. So, all right, Joe Biden's cognitive ability. We've been talking about it for months and months. Senator Roger Marshall of Kansas said yesterday, or that is Sunday actually, that he may sponsor legislation requiring President Biden to take an annual mental test. The president's cognitive ability is in decline. Sunday Morning Futures, he appeared. He says, I think we're all concerned for President Biden's mental health. I mean, if you compare today's film from some of his films from even a year ago, you can see a deterioration in his mental capacity. Maybe we need to be proactive here, he says. So he's looking into filing legislation with Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky and Jim Jordan of Ohio that we would require the president take a mental test alongside with their annual physical. Now this right on the heels of 38 House Republicans who sent a letter to Biden to express concerns about his mental health, suggesting he's in the early stages of Alzheimer's. I mean, at the age of 79, of course, the oldest president to take the oath of office. Now, he is younger than 6 U.S. senators and the same age as Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell there of Kentucky. Obviously, though, it's not the first time a president's mental health has been politically weaponized, they say. During former President Trump's administration, there was a group of more than, remember the 70 psychologists, psychiatrists, and mental health professionals that sent a letter to President Trump's physician back in 2018 imploring him to include an evaluation of his neurological health. Then you had former President Ronald Reagan, who also endured claims that he was in cognitive decline. He was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease 5 years after leaving office. But for whatever reason, does it not seem that Joe's not getting the same attention and the same push from the left, the mainstream media, or any on the left, like Donald Trump was? All right, with that, we've got, what are we looking at, 26 past the hour. News break just around the corner here. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Someone sent me a link. I haven't had a chance to view the video yet. But as I was doing my show prep this past evening, it's in regards to the James Webb Space Telescope. I guess beginning to kind of they're getting the mirrors all lined up and ready to begin sending back what will ultimately be, supposedly, some of the greatest sights we've ever seen, delving back into history. The telescope is setting its eyes toward the Big Dipper. Now, it's still months away from being in its official scientific observations. One particularly bright star named HD 84406 will soon be the object of its attention, though. Starlight, star bright. The first star Webb will see, again, is HD 84406, a sun-like star about 260 light years away. According to NASA, on their official Twitter account, this star is located in the constellation Ursa Major, which means Big Bear in Latin. The Big Dipper, or the star pattern, is actually part of this constellation, and it's the tail of this fury beast. The star has a visual magnitude of about 6.9, which is too dim to see with the naked eye. To see the star, you'd have to have a telescope or high-powered binoculars. But now that the James Webb Space Telescope has reached its final destination in space, they're getting the next generation telescope prepped for observations. And a bright point like this one is a perfect target by which the team can align the mirrors, the honeycomb-shaped mirrors, and start gathering engineering data. Now, this star will play an important role for a specific purpose. It's not going to be really studied by the observatory once they officially begin their science projects. So the first star they're going to take a peek at, working on aligning the mirrors. The process is underway. I guess that's all very technical stuff as well. Okay, with that, we've got our news break here, bottom of the hour. And again, lines available at 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Tuesday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
If Russia invades Ukraine, there will be far-reaching sanctions. So says German President Olaf Scholz, who met with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Scholz pledged solidarity with Zelensky, saying Ukraine's sovereignty is non-negotiable. The meeting of the two leaders come as the West continues to use many diplomatic channels as possible to de-escalate tensions. Zelensky floated the possibility of dropping his country's goal of joining NATO. It's an issue at the heart of the conflict with Russia, and a reversal from Sunday when he said Ukraine would seek to join the alliance. Police in Albuquerque have arrested a man suspected of stabbing 11 people over the weekend as he rode a bicycle. 42-year-old Tobias Gutierrez has been charged with aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. The stabbings appeared to have been committed at random. This is USA Radio News.
LifeCare provides valuable whole life insurance to cover final expenses such as medical bills, burial costs, and unpaid debt. A final expense insurance policy is fast, easy, affordable life insurance that's available to anyone between the ages of 50 and 80. No medical exams, no lengthy questionnaires, and no waiting period. The application process is quick and easy. You can even apply without having to undergo a medical examination. Just answer a few questions and we'll do the rest. With the average funeral cost skyrocketing to $11,000 and Social Security only paying $255, you need simple, affordable peace of mind for you and your whole family. Don't leave behind unpaid expenses that, if left unattended, will burden your family tremendously. Benefits include a guaranteed premium that will never increase, a guaranteed cash value, and a guaranteed death benefit that can never decrease. To find out how you can get final expense insurance with a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, call LifeCare at 800-916-3594, 800-916-3594, 800-916-3594.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Okay, then back for another segment. I just got a refreshed on the radar. See if we've had any development through the overnight hours since we started things out at the midnight hour. Talking about that wave of cold air headed toward the Rockies this week that are going to be sending temperatures well below average, and it's going to bring a pretty widespread snow up to a half a foot in Denver in the forecast. Yeah, right on the heels of a spring-like warm-up that unfolded across the region. So I'll give you details coming up. But, we have begun to see some snow beginning to break out. It's not widespread yet. It's technically all the way back to, say, from about Carson City in Nevada. You kind of stretch northward and northeast up into the southwestern portions of Idaho, then extends on up into the Idaho-Wyoming corner there, southern Montana. So that's just the beginning of what's going to be unfolding. Denver's going to be kind of caught between two storms. Got a storm moving out of the southwest and a high-pressure area that's surging southward across the northern plains, and that's starting to draw up that moisture we're seeing there in parts of Nevada and Idaho. Temperatures are going to trend downward as the storm crosses the region. It's going to bring in accumulating snow across the Intermountain West, even down to pass levels, as the cold Arctic air drops in across Wyoming and Colorado. An easterly wind will be drawing up that moisture into the southern plains, pushing it into the Rocky Mountains. Some of that just beginning to get underway. By later today, forecasters say it will spread in a southeasterly direction through the day. Places like Salt Lake City, you'll start to have a mix of rain and snow by later on this evening. Snow begins to arrive then in parts of Colorado as that moist air flows up the slope of the Rockies, producing widespread snow across eastern Colorado. Several inches of snow for some of our cities along the Front Range from Fort Collins, Colorado in the north to Colorado Springs in the south. Snow arrives or ends probably by Wednesday evening in the Mile High, but not before maybe a half a foot of snow, 3 to 6 expected by the time it's all said and done. Snow's expected to begin falling in southern Colorado and northern New Mexico probably by Wednesday morning. Salt Lake City, Cheyenne, Wyoming, Santa Fe, New Mexico, it could all pick up some snow. It doesn't look like this is going to be a big, heavy pile-up kind of thing. Just, an inch or so, that's about it. And the highest totals are going to be across the mountains of Colorado, especially west and southwest of Denver. But you will see slippery road conditions, reduced visibility, some travel delays across the west. Obviously, use caution, some of our major interstates. Denver, though, I mean, you had high temperatures, 50s and even some 60s last week. But here comes old man winter once again. It's not uncommon for Denver to see this, though. I think I've shared stories where Denver could go from literally 75 degrees one day in the afternoon, a cold front sweep through, and then end up with snow on the ground by the following morning. It just tends to happen like that there. Now, the bitter cold that's going to be dropping in, here's what you're going to go to. Wednesday and Wednesday night, that's going to be the coldest. High temperatures, low to mid-30s, about 10 degrees to below average for this time of year. And wind chills will make it feel like upper 20s. Temperatures fall into the middle teens Wednesday night. And that bitter cold, most significant during the overnight hours. It's going to stay quite cold even during the daytime hours. Last time the temperature failed to get above the middle 30s in Denver was at the beginning of the month. Back to winter Wednesday is the headline from the National Weather Service office there in Boulder, Colorado. Back to winter Wednesday. Now, this event will be the first leg of this storm's journey across the country that is expected to exit the west at the end of the Rockies, then tap into moisture from the Gulf of Mexico, bringing ultimately flooding rains and severe thunderstorms to areas to the east. Looks to be a very active pattern here in the coming days this week. Hey, for our friends at tncradio.live, if you're one of those who have joined us via that platform, welcome aboard to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Got an email from Tom this past day who said several hundred people have downloaded the interview from tncradio.live last week that I did with Shelley. That was on our Wednesday podcast. And you can find that by going to tncradio.live/podcasts. Or also, wherever you typically find your podcast, just search for Truckers Network and Steve Sommers, type that in. And that was that particular interview. They kind of took me back in time to where I got started in radio and leading up to, it's hard to condense a whole bunch of years into a 1 hour interview, but I maybe shared a few things with the listening friends out there that you may have not heard over the years. Now, coming up here at the 5 o'clock hour when we wrap things up this morning, that's the premise of sticking around with tncradio.live, because you'll catch the Truckers Radio Show with Stan Campbell And he'll be talking with some of the friends there in Canada. I would assume the convoy probably almost has to be part of that conversation. But he gives you a mix, 80s, 90s, some of today's best country music, trucking news, information, all coming your way following the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive this morning. I want to get back to some of the other industry headlines. Let's take you back to our friends at OOIDA, who say several trucking publications recently reported a 10% surge in the FMCSA reported drug test violations from 2020 to 2021. Now, the FMCSA confirmed with Landline that comparing the numbers from their December of 21 Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse report with the number of 2020 violations can be problematic. It doesn't really tell the full story. According to the December 21 report, there were 58,215 drug violations in 2021 compared to 52,810 in the year 2020. But looking at these numbers alone leaves out the fact that it does not include the number of tests given each year and the fact that 2021's numbers are still preliminary. Looking at the fact that there were more violations reported doesn't mean much unless the number of tests conducted is actually known. For example, the economy picked up and potentially more tests were conducted as more drivers were hired. The positive rate from the conducted test, that's the real indicator, the positive rate. Look at it like the percentages. Yeah, so that makes this, looking at these numbers, very difficult to determine by just looking at the clearinghouse data. Andrew King of the OOIDA Foundation said, yeah, really, reporting a number that violations are up doesn't really mean anything, because if there's more people entering the industry, then you're going to have more positive tests, right? It's also worth noting that the number of drug violations reported for the year 2020 has decreased in the past year. According to the December 2020 Clearinghouse report, there were 54,955 violations in 2020. With alcohol included, there were a total of 56,158 reported. Okay, with that, let's get back to your calls here. It's 844-844-3388. Would that be Mr. Q? I'm not... Who we got on the line?
Yeah, it's Mr. Q. How you doing, Steve?
Doing well. What's happening?
Just got back in the truck up here in Columbus. I don't know if any of the other drivers have called in yet. Apparently, Canada has declared martial law over the truckers' protest. Have you heard anything on that?
I wouldn't. The term martial law, I don't think fits. But yeah, I mean, he has. You know, we talked to Terry from Canada earlier, and he made it sound as though the declaration that Trudeau issued still has to go through, I guess, like their parliament to be passed, and it may not happen. But yeah, we've been hearing in our news breaks here at the top of the hour each hour that he's kind of taking it to the next level. Some people are saying this is like, I mean, it's been available for years and decades, I think, but it's never ever been implemented before. And some are saying it doesn't even reach the criteria to be implemented. So I don't know what Trudeau's trying to pull here.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, my son drives, and he sent me a message, said, Dad, they just declared martial law. And I said, well, I'm going to call in and see if anybody else has heard anything. I got one other question now. I'll let you go. I know you're coming up to the end. Have you had trouble with your Facebook feed this evening?
I'm not aware of any, not that I know of. I haven't had any emails or posts or anything from anyone saying they've had trouble.
Okay, I lost it about 1 o'clock, right before I crossed into West Virginia, and I've not been able to pick it back up.
Really?
If I try to pick it up on Facebook, it goes right back to the start of the show.
Huh.
I lost it right at 1 o'clock when you went to break.
Again, normally if there's a problem on either Facebook or YouTube, I start getting a whole bunch of emails and whatnot, messages, people letting me know this, maybe like do a reset or something, but no, maybe you were just...
It might be me.
You might be the lucky one this morning, Mr. Q.
Yeah. Well, I just, it's getting exciting out here again. I was getting ready to retire, and I might have to stick around a little bit longer just to see what happens.
Well, I'll give you the latest on what we have there out of Canada. It's called the Emergency Powers Act, which, again, I don't know if that would be akin to martial law. I don't think it's quite that extreme, but yeah, like I said, I'll pass that on here in just a moment. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation Overnight Drive. Happy Taco Tuesday. It is Coffee Up. Who Day lives on. Well, 15th of February, one day before the full snow moon, which it's absolutely beautiful this morning. I've looked up several times. It is shining bright, and I was wondering that it looked like it was almost full. Anyway, Truck and Phil ready to head out to Sterling Heights, Michigan, make that flip back to Fort Wayne, General Motors. 313 days till Christmas. Now we know. Let me flip the page back over here, find, the Emergency Powers Act. Canada. Yeah, to bring an end to the trucker-led protests. Police arrested 11 people with a, quote, cache of firearms blocking a border crossing with the U.S. in Alberta. Now, what does this mean? This act gives the government extra powers in a national crisis to bring an end to the trucker-led protest. We're entering week number 3 now. Now, there are still hundreds of rigs in Ottawa, the capital there. They did, of course, over the weekend get the Ambassador Bridge back up and running. The threat of violence lingers. Now, federal police said they arrested 11 protesters with rifles, handguns, body armor, and ammunition at the border between Coutts, Alberta, and Sweetgrass, Montana, just a day after another key border crossing was cleared. Apparently, they're saying this group said that they have a willingness to use force against the police if any attempts are made to disrupt the blockade, according to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Ontario, meanwhile, announced the lifting of vaccine passport requirements, facing growing pressure to do something. Trudeau said on Friday that all options are on the table for ending this unlawful demonstration that's hurting the economy. All right, he was to discuss the situation with premiers across the country that hold a news conference at 4:30 Monday afternoon. And that's apparently what he did make the official announcement. This story says the Emergencies Act has only been used once in peacetime by Trudeau's father during the October crisis of 1970. So going way back, it saw troops sent to Quebec to restore order after the kidnappings by militant separatists of a British trade attaché and a Quebec minister, Pierre Laporte, who was found strangled to death in the trunk of a car. So apparently it has been used once, all the way back 1970. There you go. And with that, we'll be back right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, someone just posted the question, what about in the USA? Wasn't there supposed to be an American Freedom Convoy or caravan? Did that not happen? No, it hasn't happened yet. Yeah, the latest looks like obviously falling right on the heels of the Canadian protests, but it's all kind of coming together in a haphazard fashion is the way they're describing it. At least 3 national organizations and a constellation of regional ones are all saying they will depart for Washington in early March. One proposed convoy aims to leave from Fresno on March the 2nd, taking the I-10 interstate, where it would arrive on March the 6th, they're saying. Now, they had a statement from that organizer. There's another organization that calls itself the People's Convoy that plans to depart the first week of March from California. That effort being backed by Freedom Fighter Nation, which is some far-right conspiracy group, they say. There is a third convoy. Convoy for Freedom is advertising its own convoy, although its size and organization appears kind of modest in comparison to the others. So I don't know if you can't get everyone on the same page. I said that when the first suggestion of a U.S. convoy was ever floated. You have to have a clear leadership, a clear, concise message. You can't have 3 different groups coming in with 3 different sets of demands. We want this, we want that, and because it all gets just convoluted and nothing. Nothing is ultimately accomplished. According to the London Guardian, the loose-knit nature of these protests makes it more difficult to determine how many people might actually join in. What are their goals, and what is the potential for any disruptions? One of the organizers said he's been asked just how many participants he expects to join him on his trek to Washington. Well, my response, he said, was to begin laughing, respectfully, of course, and say, I don't know. But he insisted it's going to happen. I don't know. Now, the motivation of the U.S. convoys, it looks to be as fragmented as the organization. Coltrane said his group's protest will be about everything from the cross-border vaccine mandate to rising inflation to the erroneous belief that the electoral fraud cost Donald Trump his reelection. You see, so that's where you get this big, crazy mess of messages. Now, he did say in another video, Patriot Guard riders are veterans. Come on, guys. Come on. Oath keepers. Come on. Trying to get others to join him. The People's Convoy being led by a guy named Dundas, who alleged that Americans were working with foreign governments to rig the election against Trump. And he'd be well within our rights to take them out and shoot them or hang them. So that's all I know. That kind of explains when I shared earlier the email about they've determined what route they're going to take for the convoy going through Arizona. Whoever shared that said, hey, we're going to have 2 different convoys coming through our state here in Arizona. Now, this was the one, what was it? I believe the People's Convoy. Yeah, that's it. You start in Southern California. First leg of the trip is Las Vegas, then on to Kingman, Arizona, Oklahoma City, Salt Lake, St. Louis, rather, and then I-70 on into D.C. We'll keep you posted, right? Thank you so much for joining us here this Tuesday morning. Have a great day. When we come back at the midnight hour tonight, guess what? It'll already be hump day. Hey, Mike. Another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.